What's up, guys? It's been a little bit of, we're just going to say, an interesting day. An interesting day. Yeah, thank you. It does smell a lot better. Okay. Let's just say that I can't wait to move. We're just going to say that. We're just going to say that. We're just going to say that. So, let's close these out. How are you? How was your day? As we're doing all this craziness, normally I'm already ready and set up by now. And, yeah. This is me frustrated right now, so I'm not saying anything. This is me frustrated. Thank you, Miss Joy. How are you? How are you feeling? I feel like I haven't talked to some of you guys in forever because, I mean, I kind of haven't, I guess. So I'm going to do that. So we're going to do that. I'm going to put you guys like a this so you can see. We're going to start reading. I'm going to make sure that everything is on my link tree. I find it so funny how this crazy black moon is working out. I find it really, really interesting. Really interesting. How many of y'all have been having some really odd things removed from your path? Just out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity. How many of y'all have been having some very odd things removed from your path? And you know exactly what I meant by odd. If you don't know what I meant, then you haven't had anything odd removed from your path. It has been an odd week. It has been a very, very odd week. It has been a very odd week. All right. So we're going to start reading. So these reads are a little different in that this is 822. So you have the infinity, and then you have a master number behind it. So the reads tonight are Infinity Builder. These are energy and karmic cycle reads. So this is a 5-card spread. This covers what karmic cycle you're in right now. It covers the present energy, the foundation that you're laying, your soul's blueprint for this current time in your life, and then the manifestation that's opening up to you right now. So this kind of read is going to be very intense and very specific. You do not have to be present for these. I got to have some air up here. You don't have to be present for these. I will get them uploaded to YouTube tomorrow for you guys. So just before my live, the reason I was late is that there was a really strong smell up here. It calmed down, but now I feel like it's getting worse again. And it may just be getting worse because I just turned the fan on. It's not gas. It smells like electrical. It smells like electrical. So, it smells like electrical. So, part of the reason I'm working the way I'm working this weekend, it smells worse. I mean, I turned the fan on because it's hot up here.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know if it got worse because I turned the fan on.
Right, and it's circulating that air that had risen to the top. I'm going to turn on the fan in here so we can get everything circulating.
Okay.
Open the door so everything on this upper level,
Okay.
circulating air.
I agree.
Let's check in.
So part of the reason that I'm working the way I'm working is because I have to get moved this next week. And so to do that, it takes money. It's fucking stupid. The house that I'm moving into, the lady is absolutely fantastic and is going to allow me to sign everything on Monday and get the keys on Monday and then not charge me for the last week of August. And I cannot thank her enough for that because it's going to take me a lot to move. I feel like it's one thing after another. And it's so funny because I drew cards a couple of weeks ago of, do I stay in this house and just sign another like lease until May, or do I move? And I have these cards called the Illuminator's Amulet. They're Threads of Fate. That's the brand. And so it kept saying, ask again, wait and see, wait. I'm like, bitch, like I need an answer. Well, I got my answer, didn't I? I got my answer, didn't I? Between the stuff in the ground floor and now this up here, I'm like, I just can't with you. Monday can't come soon enough. Monday can't come soon enough. Monday can't come soon enough. So you know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do? We're going to do this. We're going to start reading here in just a second.
Crack window too.
Let's spell it right. So for those of you guys that have been kind of waiting to order from the Ether Rose website, I am creating a coupon on there for 25% off. That is good from today until, when did I make it for? Until August 31st. So up until the last day of August. And if one of my mods would pin this, I would really, really appreciate it. It's just the words soul, S-O-U-L, first, F-I-R-S-T, any product on the Ether Rose website is 25% off. Just saying. There are 2 coupons on the Blue Bodhi website. I can tell you what those are. Your report freaked you out. It was so on point. I mean, there is also the code SCHOOL. Just the word school. You know what? We can do boards. We can do a board. I still smell it. I can still smell it. Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad that you liked the recipe. That makes me so happy. I like that it won't let me change or add anything. I love it. Love it. So the code SCHOOL, SCHOOL, will get you 13% off of any read, any ticket. And that is good till Sunday. And then there is also the code BODHIS, BODHIS, and that will get you a percentage off on personal appointments with me. So, yeah. All right. Are we ready? We are. I know we are. I know we are. Oh, I love that you guys are all about this recipe. I can still smell it. Can you?
I was just going to say, I think that was just the residual.
Oh, I've just been kind of sitting right there.
Okay. Yeah.
I love that so many of you guys have already got that recipe made and sat out. I love it. I love it. So for those of you guys that didn't know, coffee, just coffee, will clear your nasal palate. Like ground coffee, not cooked, not cooked. You know what I mean? Just the coffee grounds themselves will clear your nasal palate. So if you, this is why a lot of places that sell expensive perfumes have little things of coffee right there. So you sniff it, it clears your nasal palate and allows you to not have nose blindness or something to something. So that's why we're kind of sniffing.
I'm going to go back downstairs.
Okay.
Then come back up in about 10 minutes. Just
okay.
Windows open, all fans are
okay. Downstairs, will you turn the air up to like 75? So that way it won't be working as hard. Yeah, please and thank you. All right. So here we go. We're going to start with Miss Ariel. So, karmic cycle. Present energy. Foundation you're laying. Your soul's blueprint. And the manifestation that's open to you right now. All right. Your karmic cycle that you're currently in right now, Ariel. Thank you. Is this. Equilibrium. So the karmic cycle that's going on with you right now is you're regaining equilibrium. You just went through a huge shift in your own karmic bonds and your own abilities and your own gifts and everything that has leading up to this point in your life. I am going to say that you have been feeling like you just hit a pivot point. Everything has been building up to this, and now it's time for you to shift and pivot. But as you're shifting and pivoting, you feel off kilter. You feel like things aren't. It's almost like putting on glasses that have a little bit of a tint to them, and now everything looks different. It's the same, but different. So you're still trying to gain your footing and figure out where your equilibrium is. That is what karmic cycle is going on right now. This also tells me that you've cleared out a ton of karmic just bullshit this year. I would bet that 2025 has been a shit year. It's been very hard. I'm not going to say shit. It's just been very, very hard for you. Clearing out this karmic cycle and getting ready to be on your perfect footing is only going to help you move forward. The present energy that you have right now, this is the Destiny card. Like, this is a great card for right here. This is a great card for right here, especially for a karmic cycle. Since you're gaining your footing, you are making unconscious and conscious decisions that are aligning with where your destiny is taking you forward. So in you gaining this equilibrium, especially with this karmic cycle that's going on, you're realizing that your soul, your whole life has been setting you up for something more. And it's not just like, oh, you have this magic blueprint in your head of where you're going. You're realizing and seeing all the serendipity within every decision you've ever made. Okay, now I'm here and this is where I'm going next. I have a feeling that you're getting so excited about moving forward, and I'm going to say the universe. I almost said the universe around you, but I think it's getting excited about the universe. And I know that some of you guys are like, well, how can you get excited with this? It has nothing to do with Earth. Has nothing to do with the political climate. Has nothing to do with any of that. Your destiny includes what your soul signed up to do when it got here. So when you have a unique aspect of karmic cycles that you have just cleared out and you're gaining your footing again, you start to feel this excitement as far as your own personal destiny goes. And you start to feel this almost like rush of spiritual energy. I have a feeling that this new moon, this black moon later tonight in the like early in the morning is already very intense for you. I would be willing to bet that your emotions have either been over the top or non-existent. There's not been a happy medium anywhere. And I would bet that as we come up to this full moon, Ariel, that it has been more of non-existent. And with it being non-existent, you've been having this talk with yourself about, why am I not reacting to this? Why am I not reacting to this? It's because that thing no longer matters. That thing no longer matters. So let's look at the foundations that you're currently laying right now. Mindfulness. Girl, let me just go ahead and confirm right now that yes, you are a spiritual powerhouse. Yes, the things that you're laying in place to be able to practice more of your own spirituality, practice more of your own spiritual self, the things that you're laying in place for that, the things that you're being very mindful of, they may seem trivial to somebody else. They may seem small to somebody else. They may seem frou-frou or stupid or whatever to somebody else. But that's fine, because that's not somebody else's path. It's yours. It's Ariel's path. Ariel's path is to be on this spiritual awakening journey, whatever you want to call it. Not only that, but you catching your own footing and moving into your own destiny. Like, I can't wait to see your soul's blueprint right here. And the manifestation is, let me do that first. Your soul's blueprint is grounding. Girl, I swear, if you don't enroll in some Reiki classes this fall, before I ever turn this over, this is the manifestation that's opening to you. It's hard for me not to look. The manifestation that's about to open up to you. I swear, if you don't enroll in some damn Reiki classes, energy work classes, I don't care. Sound healing, anything, I don't care. If you don't enroll in some of that this fall, I wouldn't be surprised to know that you're wanting to either start shifting from the secular world to the spiritual world, whether you're wanting to start opening your own shop or providing services or Reiki or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised to know that you are full on making a transition from regular workforce to spiritual workforce. We're going to turn this over and then we're going to talk about it overall. The manifestation that's opening to you right now is concealment. I stand by what I just said. I stand by what I just said. I think it's interesting that it's concealment right there. So what that tells me is that yes, you 100% need to move into the spiritual realm. 100% need to move into a more spiritual career, job, etc. All of this aspect of you becoming more than who just Ariel is key to your soul's growth and is key to your destiny going forward. I made a video earlier because somebody on one of my videos, sorry, I'm not trying to be loud, my sugar's doing this. Somebody on one of my videos said, you know, how do you ground in who you are if you don't know who you are? And I actually felt the need to put out a video because we, for some reason, always feel like we need a label. I am this, I am that, I am this, I am that. I see it a lot in the spiritual community, especially in the witchy community. I'm a hedge witch. I'm a chaos witch. I'm a kitchen witch. You are all of them. You are all of them. Those things may have been easier to define 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 400 years ago. They may have been so much easier to define because if you were a green witch and you had this amazing garden full of plants and people came from all over to get plants from you, 100% you're a green witch. But I guarantee you also were a little bit of a kitchen witch because if you're mixing those plants into medicine for other people in your kitchen, you see what I mean? It was much easier then to put a label on it. Now it's not. You don't have to have a label. You don't have to have a label. So Ariel, my advice is going to be with you stepping into the spiritual as a career, as a job, more than just in the secular. Whatever it is you're manifesting, one, needs to be concealed because we all know that bitches be bitches. And then two, we all know that there are going to be people that are not going to like it at all. That you are not doing what they think you should be doing. And fuck those people. Keep everything under wraps until you're ready to pull the trigger and say, okay, this is now what I'm doing. This is now what I'm doing. Good on you that you have started this path and this manifestation, and it is really and truly getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. The other thing I'm going to say kind of in closing this is my personal advice as someone that's been doing this for way too long. Work with the elements. Align yourself with all of the elements, all of them. It doesn't matter what sun sign you are, what moon, what rise. It doesn't matter, Ariel. If you're going to be moving into the spiritual realm, moving into a more spiritual job, you need to start making sure that you're aligned with every one of the elements, not just the one you're born under. Okay? Including the ether or the spirit, whatever you want to call it. All 5 of them. By aligning yourself with that, it will help you with this grounding aspect, which is your soul's blueprint. You are very, very grounded, and you ground other people. Be careful with that because people will take advantage of it. Don't let them. And you being very mindful and you finding your equilibrium. Okay? I'm just saying. Hope that made sense, Ariel, honey. And now for the boba, because, oh no. I've been good all week. I legit think I have a problem. All right. Niki, you are next. Your karmic cycles. Oh, we ain't doing that. That is way too many present energies there, Niki. Thank you. Present energy, the foundation you're laying. All right. Your soul's blueprint and the manifestation that's opening to you. All right. They're kind of whopper-jawed everywhere. They're kind of whopper-jawed everywhere. All right, ready? Your karmic cycle. Divine guidance. Niki, you're not crazy. You're not crazy. I guarantee you've had a lot of conversations with yourself lately about being crazy. Like, okay, if I'm really hearing the thing I'm hearing, then I'm crazy. You're not. Your karmic cycle that you're in right now is divine guidance. So everything you're doing, even when you're doing stuff and you're like, this is weird. Like, this is weird. I don't know why I'm doing this weird shit, but this is where we are. All of the things that you're doing are because of divine guidance right now. I would not be surprised to know that you have a deity that's been reaching out to you, almost overwhelming you with information, with help, with guidance, whatever. I would also not be surprised to know that ancestors, you know, grandparents or parents or people that have passed away have been popping into your mind a lot, and you're feeling the need to honor them. I would not be surprised to know that the universe itself has been just bringing all of these amazing things to you, or your clairvoyance, your claircognizance, etc., has picked up like crazy. I would not be surprised, Niki, to know that you are just randomly doing things or realizing, okay, I can't drive that way, even though it's the way I go every day home from work. That is wrong, and I can't go that way today. And I can't wear this shirt today, even though it's what I had set out to wear. I have to wear this shirt. Like, starting to do these things and wondering if you're crazy. You're not. It's divine guidance. Everything going on with you right now, your karmic cycle is divine guidance and tapping into all of that. Your present energy is interesting because this one popped out. Remember when all of those things popped out and I was like, no, that's too many. That's too much energy right now. This is the castaway negativity card. That's what your energy, your present energy is right now. It's casting away negativity, which is fantastic because of this black moon that we have going into Saturday. I know that everybody, it seems like we're always all casting away negativity. But you in particular, your present energy is casting all that shit away, cutting people off, no longer allowing people into your space that have been doing everything they can to make sure that you know you're less than or whatever. All of the naysayers at work or in your family or so on, you suddenly are like, I ain't doing it. I don't want to listen to you. I don't want you to be in my space, etc. So when you're casting away negativity, especially with divine guidance, there are a lot of people that are going to call you cold. They're going to call you intimidating. They're going to call you all kinds of names to get a rise out of you. My advice is going to be just flat out ignore them. Just flat out ignore them, because that's what they want, is that rise out of you. And when you give them that rise, then you are inviting that negativity back in. I don't think that I really needed to remind you of that. I think that was just a pep talk and to let you know that, yeah, you're doing the right thing by cutting these people off. And this is for all of you listening. Keep in mind that it takes two people to argue. It does. You can straight up walk away. You can straight up walk away.
Oh, I just smell it.
I don't smell it now. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. I still want to leave it off for just a little bit.
Okay. Check back with you in 30 and then
Yeah.
turn it on.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that freaked me out.
Yeah.
That freaked me out.
Wonderful. I didn't even remember, like, you always check with the back of your hand.
I know, I saw you at the door. I was like, look at you. Go, Camille. Yeah, I don't smell it now.
Deeply ingrained.
Okay. Don't just randomly invite somebody to a Facebook Messenger chat. Mods, I just want you to know that I'm closing my Facebook Messenger chat. I see you. Let me just say this. I'm sorry, Nikki. Let me pause for a minute. I see you. Okay? All the people trying to fuck with me, trying to fuck with everybody. Whether you're trying to fuck with somebody else or you're trying to fuck with this person, that person, I fucking see you. All of those of you, all of those peoples of you, all of you that are trying to fuck with people, you're sitting outside somebody else's live stream stalking them, or you're sending bad shit to them constantly or whatever. You're not as slick as you think you are. I said what I said. You're not as slick as you think you are. We see you. Our guides see you. Our ancestors see you, and so do yours. Nikki, by casting away negativity, by casting away all of this shit, it does include cutting people off. One of the most powerful things that you can do is to block someone. The only reason that people do not block someone all the way, and this is going to hurt some of y'all's feelings. The only reason people don't block someone right away is because you still crave that argument, that friendship, that person, that relationship, whatever it is. There is still something in you that is not ready to let go of that first yet. So you don't block that person because you really, maybe you'll work it out. I promise that your mental health will be a lot better by simply hitting the block button on your phone, on your social media. And I know somebody out there's a but. There's no but. And if they create another account and come at you a different way, or they start texting or calling from a different phone number, you block that bitch too. And then you document that they're stalking you. The point of the story, Niki, is to block them. Period. The foundation you're laying. The mindfulness card came out upside down and whopper-jawed. And when it's like this, that means it's doing this. Now, am I saying that you're not being mindful? Am I saying that you're moving into where you're disconnected? Absolutely not, because you have the divine guidance card in your karmic cycle. So what this means right now is that you're going from this phase, I'm going to put that in air quotes, of being overly mindful of everybody else's shit to focusing back on Niki's. And this is where I tell you, once again, as I say all the time, on the airplane, they're going to tell you to secure your own mask first before you help anybody else, because you can't help somebody else if you're on the floor. So this card does not mean that the foundation you're laying right now, Niki, is not being mindful. It is that you're being mindful for Niki. You're being mindful for Niki's path, what's best for Niki, spiritually, physically, emotionally, etc. And let me tell you guys something. When you start focusing on you, watch who calls you selfish. Take note of who says you're selfish. Take note. Because when they say that you're being selfish because you turned your phone off so you could sleep in 30 minutes on a Saturday, or when they say that you're being selfish because you're just going to take a hot bath and relax after a really hard day and not listen to them bitch for 45 minutes to an hour about their dog, or they're mad that you didn't invite them to a personal thing that was just you and your spouse, be mindful of who calls you selfish. They're the exact person that was taking advantage of you the entire time. Your soul's blueprint, Niki. Girl, can we be friends? This is the fucking financial security card. Who doesn't want the financial security card in your soul's blueprint? The only thing better would be the manifestation opening up to you now. But your soul's blueprint is financial security. So what I love is that you have all of this hardcore, these are Niki's boundaries. Niki comes first, and I am taking care of me. So your soul's blueprint can turn over into financial security. The other thing I'm going to say is this. Sometimes the people that will call you selfish when you start focusing on yourself are also the same people that had no problem spending your money on them. Manifestation opening up. Creativity. Niki, start the business. Start the business. Change your marketing tactics if you've already started the business. But start the side hustle. Start the thing. Do the thing, Niki. You've been manifesting it. You've been doing all the legwork. You've been doing all the groundwork. You've been laying all the foundations. And now the universe is like, all right, it's time. It's time. You've been cutting everybody off. You've been focusing on Niki. And that's where you need to continue to focus and continue to cut people off. And the universe is like, and here you go. It's time, Niki. Does that make sense? I hope so. Oh, I love you right back. I love you right back. I'm actually sitting here really trying not to be salty. I'm really trying not to be salty that someone just had the cojones to randomly call me on Facebook. I haven't spoken to you in at least 12 years. And you can't like send a message and just be like, hey, you call me? Diann. Karmic cycles. Nope, it's this one. Present energy. Foundation you're laying. Your soul's blueprint. Manifestation open to you now. All right, Miss Diann. Karmic cycle. Navigation. So this sucks because no one wants to just be navigating all the time. No one wants to just be navigating all the time. I get it. However, I kind of can't wait to see your soul's blueprint and your manifestations, because something has shifted really bigly in your life. Something has shifted really big in your life. And that's why you are right now in this karmic cycle of navigation. When you're in a karmic cycle of navigation, that makes you feel like you're in the void. Like nothing is going your way. You can't get anything to set up right or do anything right. And it's not quite the case. Just saying. When your karmic cycle is in navigation, it means that your soul is shifting through areas, going by things that are not for you. In other words, things might come in that you're like, oh my God, that's great. That's what I wanted. And then it goes right back out because it wasn't for you. Maybe it wasn't for you then. People are coming in and out. Money is coming in and out. Ideas are coming in and out. So when you're in this navigation of cycles, it's not the void. It's literally the travel of it. Okay. Because even if, let's say that you're, there's the void, there's the plateau, there's where you're trying to go. There's this room, that room, this room, that room, this room. Okay. Let's look at it like a house. You have a kitchen, a living room, a hallway, a bathroom, a bedroom, things like that, right? So if you think of the void as the hallway, if you're in the void, you're in the hallway, right? You still have to have movement to get you through the void. Instead of just standing in one place in the hallway, you still have to have movement to get you through there. Am I right? You can't just blink yourself from the living room to the bedroom. You still have to walk your little leggies through there. That's what's going on right now. That's navigation. So when you're navigating, you're moving. Can you be in the void and be navigating? Yes. Can you be in the living room and be navigating? So in the living room and be navigating? Yes. But it doesn't mean you're stuck in one place. And that's what I really want you to remember. You're not stuck in one place right now, Diann. You're moving constantly. Okay? It sucks, but it's great at the same time. Present energy. Resilience. I love this card after that karmic cycle. I know we get tired of traveling. I know we get tired of resilience. I know we get tired of having to be strong about every single thing that comes up. And I know that you, as Diann, in the meat sack you're in right now, you get tired of just handling shit. You get tired of just handling bullshit all the time. But I want you to remember this. And when I say this, some of you guys are going to roll your eyes, and that's fine. I don't care. The universe wouldn't send it your way if there wasn't a reason and if you couldn't handle it. People that don't have resilience they take this navigation and they get off at the first train station. Instead of taking that train ride all the way to the end, they want to go all the way to Hogwarts, right? They want to go all the way to Hogwarts. They can't wait to get to Hogwarts, but they don't want to go through the dark tunnels. They don't want to deal with a different passenger sitting across from them. They don't want to talk to the bully. They don't want to do all the things on the train. So they just are like, you know what? It's just easier if I get off here. People that don't have the resilience to ride the train all the way to Hogwarts are never going to get back on the train. The people that have the resilience to ride the train all the way to where they're trying to go will always reach their goals. The universe is always going to throw tests at you. Always. And here's the thing. No one passes every single test 100% of the time. It may take you 4 or 5 times to pass a test. You may pass it with flying colors the first time. You may be like, I see you. I'm not doing that. Tests come in the form of people mostly. Relationships. They might be exactly what you wanted. And then when you get them, you're like, no. But now you're stuck in a relationship, right? They might be a job. Might be your dream job. Oh my God, you can't believe you got this job. You're going to stay at this company forever. And then you find out that it's terrible. It's terrible. But now you're kind of stuck because you need that money and the job market is shitty. Tests come in all shapes and sizes. I don't believe I just got that accent. All shapes and sizes. Y'all, don't be hard on yourself when you realize you failed a test. You can take the test again. I promise. There's no cap on how many times you can take the test. Just saying what I'm saying. The foundation you're laying, Miss Diann, creativity. I can't wait to see the manifestation card down here, because what this tells me is that you have been laying the foundations of creativity for all of these challenges and resilience and movement and all of the interesting things that you've been doing in your life. Has been laying this foundation for you to be creative in your next endeavor. Creativity is a massive, massive, amazing thing, especially as the foundation that you're laying and going forward. It's your soul's blueprint. Protection. So in other words, you're a protector of other people. And I want to look at the manifestations opening to you now, because I want to see first. Willpower. I'm going to start here and kind of work my way backwards a little bit. The willpower card, as what manifestation is opening up to you now, tells me that you've been asking for the strength or the guidance to be able to know where it is you're going, where you belong, what you should be doing, etc. It tells me that you don't have some very clear manifestation. I want to work for this company or start this business and move here and buy this car. You don't have like specific things in place that you're like this, right? You just want the willpower, the drive to know what you need to be doing, where you're supposed to go. The fact that you have protection as your soul's blueprint tells me that you're somebody that you are naturally a protective bubble for people. You are naturally a protector for anybody that you care about and people that you don't even know. I would bet that you're the kind of person that if you see somebody in line that, you know, they're counting their dollars and they're worried that they're not going to have the money for something, or they have to put a loaf of bread back because, you know, they can't afford it or whatever. You're the kind of person that will, you know, somehow find a way to make sure they can afford that bread. You're going to protect other people because it's who you are. You're going to protect other people and yourself and those around you because that's your soul's blueprint. The thing about being a protector is there's really, really good with it, and there's really, really bad with it. There's really good with it in that a protector is a very powerful role. because that is the foundation of magic. If you don't have good protections in place, it doesn't matter how powerful of a practitioner or whatever you are. It doesn't matter. If you do not have good, solid foundations in place, anybody can knock down anything you do. Manifestations, money workings, fertility workings, love workings. If you don't have protections in place, they can knock them down. But Diann, your soul's blueprint is protection. And I don't know if you just needed that reminder or maybe you didn't know, because sometimes people don't realize that they are the protector, that is what their soul is the most talented at. I would advise to really be learning about all kinds of different forms of protection, both the kind that you're tied to culturally right now where you live, and the kind that you're tied to ancestrally. And then I would branch out from there, because here's the thing. It's not just people in your immediate vicinity that are going to throw bullshit at you. If you are really stepping into the spiritual world, like I think you probably are, there are going to be people from all over the place that are going to start throwing stupid bullshit at you. So learning protections for things like folk magic, for Santeria, for hoodoo, for all of those things. And you don't have to learn how to practice those protections, but in learning about those things, you're going to learn how to defend yourself from them. The creativity. I want to go back to the creativity real quick. I think that you're meant to be one of those souls that actually physically is traveling around a lot. I don't think that you're one of those souls that's meant to be in one place. Do I think that you're meant to be constantly moving and, being a nomad? No, but I think that you're a soul that is constantly just ready to go. You're just ready to go all the time. You get really antsy and really you're not happy with just being cocooned in. Your soul wants to roam around. I think that is what you should look at starting to work on, because of the navigation, because of the protection, and because of the creativity. The willpower, having the universe show you where you're really strong. Start to look at that as creative ways that you can allow Diann to move around through this universe, through the world right now. Because I know you're in Canada, am I right? I'm always amazed at how large Canada actually is. I know a lot of it is, not really travelable, things like that. But it always amazes me how big Canada actually is. I don't know. It's crazy if you really, really think about it. But I think that you being able, Newfoundland, okay. I think that you being able to travel and move around is what's going to make you happy. Find creative ways with the things you already have the experience in to utilize those to travel. Does that make sense? I just think you're meant to have a lot of movement. I think that if you were ever told that you had to stay in one place and you couldn't ever go anywhere else, I think that you would go a little crazy. I think that you would go a little crazy. I totally understand that. I totally understand that. Thank you guys for all the follows and the likes and the new subscribers and so on. I appreciate it. You are welcome, Miss Diann. You're welcome. All right. Miss Sam. Sam is next. Miss Samantha. All right. Karmic cycles. I have to look at my little cheat sheet. Present energy. Foundation you're laying. Your soul's blueprint. Oh, that was a lot. Manifestations. Thank you. Manifestations that are opening up to. All right, Sam. Karmic cycles. Good luck. Who doesn't want to hear that? Who doesn't want to hear? Who doesn't want to hear that your karmic cycle is coming into good luck? Sounds terrible. That sounds terrible, Sam. Oh no. Oh no, what will you do? Is good luck. So what that tells me is you feel like probably over the last decade, you have had bad thing after, it just seems like it's one thing after another. Like one step forward and 5 steps back. It's never been one step forward, 1 step back. It's always a couple. But I think that probably within the last 2 to 3 weeks, things have started to shift and you've started feeling this good luck. You started feeling that things are getting better for you, whether it's job, whether it's house, whether it's health, whatever. You've started feeling like things are actually getting better. So you going into this karmic cycle of good luck is only going to help you with everything else in this spread. It's only going to help you with everything else in the spread. Present energy. Finding love. Okay, I don't think that this is actually finding love. I think that what this tells me is your soul has been really restless for a long time. So the present energy that you have going on right now is, it's twofold, okay? The first part of it is finding what sets your soul on fire. Finding what you love to do. What makes your soul feel fulfilled. That's something that actually a lot of people don't get. They don't get it. You get a job that you kind of like. You get a house that you like. You get, whatever. And maybe relationship wise, they do have somebody that they absolutely love. Like they do have a soulmate, but they may not find the thing that sets their soul on fire as far as their job, what they're doing with their daily life. Most people never get that lucky. But remember when I just said you're going into this cycle of good luck and then you have finding love afterwards? That tells me that you're stepping into a place to be able to find what sets your soul on fire. I'm just going to say, I have been lucky enough in my life, even though I joke that I've had a couple of different careers and so on, because I've been lucky enough that I have been able to find the thing that in that moment has set my soul on fire and be able to do that. And I think that's what's coming for you, Sam. Foundation you're laying. This is the karmic justice card. So what that tells me is that you stepping into this good luck and you finding what sets your soul on fire is karmic justice for the people that have held you back. It's karmic justice for all the people that have done you wrong, that have tried to make you fail on purpose. All of the people that have done everything they possibly freaking can to make Sam fail. I think that's funny and I'm giggling my ass off over here, especially internally. I think that within the last 2 to 3 weeks, you've had a super huge shift. I think you feel different. I think you've looked in the mirror and you're like, okay, I look different. I think that there's been a lot of things that you've walked around your house and been like, do I even need that? And you're feeling the need to purge, and you're feeling the need to change and shift. And I wouldn't be surprised if you even looked at moving. There's been an intense, amazing shift with Sam. And I think that's exactly what was needed. You didn't see that? Oh, because your soul's blueprint is banish a curse. With the karmic justice card, that tells me that I bet you've wondered a few times in your life if you didn't have some family curse on you, or if there wasn't something that was cursed, that everything just kept happening wrong. Everything just kept happening where you couldn't get ahead. The energy, the soul's blueprint, finding your passion, moving into a cycle of good luck. I would bet over the next 2 months, there's going to be a lot of things pop up that are going to be this right here, banishing a curse. I don't know if I would go as far as to say it's a generational curse. I would bet that it has been on you for a very long time. Just something that has got its claws in and just stuck. It never really dug all the way in, but it just stuck. Does that make sense? So within the next couple of months, the universe is going to give you every single thing you need for karmic justice, for banishing this curse, and continuing just to shuck it off. I would bet that before Halloween, or right around Halloween, you're going to find out that you feel lighter, that you don't have as much problem sleeping, that you don't have as much problem aches and pains with the body. I would bet that you find yourself, you feel like you're floaty, if that makes sense. Manifestations. This is the elixir of life. This tells me that you've been kind of worried about leaving a legacy. And I don't think that you're like, oh, I want to have a whole wing of a hospital dedicated to me. It's not that. You've been really thinking hardcore about what legacy Sam is providing. You've been really thinking about, you know, what am I doing with my life that's meaningful right now? And I think that you stepping into that and you really manifesting something that allows you to be who you are to the fullest extent, that is what's banishing this curse. So I would not be surprised if when you were born or when you were little, there was somebody that really disliked your parents or your mother or whatever, and just really spoke ill onto you as a kid. I would not be surprised. So I also would not be surprised to know that you had something very specific in high school you wanted to do, or in maybe something from junior high all the way up. This is what I want to do. And then every time you tried to go to college or get training or whatever, something happened. I would bet that every single time you tried to step onto a path that you wanted really, really hardcore in your life, something happened. It didn't matter how intensely you wanted this thing, how much you worked for it. Something always just pushed it out of the way. You just watched it get further and further away the harder you tried. So I'm willing to bet that there was somebody that just spoke something very, very bad on you as a kid because of a parent. You, in thinking about what legacy Sam is leaving, what you're doing with your life to make an impact, you starting to shift to that and look at what it is you need to do is what is banishing this curse and bringing this karmic justice. So here's what I'm going to say. Pay attention. And you may not know, you may not be around the same people that, you knew as a little kid or whatever, but pay attention when somebody randomly calls you in a few months and is like, did you hear about so-and-so? You remember, like, they used to live down the street, or their parents used to live down the street, or whatever. Well, this happened and this happened. Just saying. Just pay attention. Because it'll come back around where you get to see it. And then you can just sit back with a little cup of tea with your pinky out. Just enjoying it. Just enjoying it. It'll be very, very obvious who it is. Sam, I think that you're coming into a major time of prosperity and happiness and just feeling amazing. And I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic. We're all here for it. I'm here for it. We're all here for it. You are so welcome, Sam. You are so welcome. Aww. Thank you for that, Sam. Thank you for that. That was really pretty. All right. Kathy Mazzell is next. Why are you know what, Linda? You just do Linda. you just do Linda. Whatever, Linda. All right, Miss Kathy. Karmic cycle. Present energy. Nope, it's this one. Foundation. Your soul's blueprint and manifestations. There's the Kathy. All right. Karmic cycles. Happiness. I'm sorry that you went through a period that's been so shitty. I'm sorry that you've went through a period of almost like a depression. I'm sorry that you've went through a dark night of the soul. I'm sorry that the last 6 months, 7 months have been you not feeling like you. I'm so sorry that the universe has just put you in this karmic cycle of constantly feeling pushed down. I love that the karmic cycle that's coming up is happiness, Kathy. I do, because I know that you're one of those people that, I mean, and when I say this, some of you guys are gonna be like, duh, but it's not duh. Kathy is one of those people that you are genuinely just a kind person. You're genuinely a happy person. So when you go through a dark night of the soul, it hits you a little harder. When you go through a dark night of the soul, when you go through a time when the universe is just constantly battering you, it hits you in a way that it doesn't hit other people. There are people that like being sad. And I know some of you guys are like, what the fuck? There are people that like being neutral. There are people that like being angry. And it's nothing against them. It's nothing against anybody. It's just who their soul is. I know people that they're the most happy when they're angry because it gives them fuel to push forward. And I want you guys to think of it in this way. Are you the kind of person that if somebody says, oh, you shouldn't do that, are you immediately going to go do it? If your answer was yes, then you are somebody that likes having motivation, but that motivation has to come in a way that makes you kind of angry. Because what happens when someone tells you that you can't do something? How do you feel? How do you feel when someone tells you you can't do something? Are you happy about it? Are you like, oh my God? Or are you like, oh, bitch? And you get that. So you get a little angry when someone tells you can't do something? But you like that push, that need to prove someone wrong? That tells me that you need that anger as a motivating factor. Kathy's motivating factor is when everybody around her is happy. When everybody around Kathy is happy, Kathy is happy. And when Kathy is happy, she can amplify everybody else's happiness. Kathy is the kind of person that when Kathy is happy, she exudes that out to everybody. She can walk in a room and instantly lift the vibe up because she's happy. So you're moving back into that karmic cycle of happiness, Kathy. You're moving back into a natural Kathy phase instead of feeling like you're constantly squished, constantly shut down. Present energy. Banish a curse. Of course. Of course. Good for you. Good for you. Whatever it is you've been doing, even if it was a birthday candle in the bathroom, whatever it is you've been doing has worked fantastically to banish whatever this bullshit is that's been on you. Whether it's crystals, whether it's moving, well, I know you haven't moved, or whatever it is, you've been doing all kinds of things. And I think it's been all these little bitty teeny tiny things, but they have built up to be one big thing that has banished whatever just negative cloud has been sitting on you. Are you still going to feel a little bit of the residue from it? Probably, because it's been around for a long time. This also explains this cycle, this karmic cycle of happiness coming back up, is you have banished this bullshit curse. And now Kathy can be happy again. I want to see the foundations that you're laying. Rebirth. You can't make this shit up. Y'all watched me shuffle. You can't make this shit up. This new moon late tonight has been a very powerful one for you. I would bet that your emotions have been really crazy on a roller coaster all week, really high, really angry, really happy, really low, really whatever. I would bet your emotions have been like this, a zigzag all over the place. I would also bet that you have been ready to get back to work and ready to, whether it's back to your writing, whether it's back to, working with kiddos like your boys, whether it's whatever it is, you have felt this drive to get back to where you were 2 years ago. Am I right? I saw you said big time. You have been feeling a massive push to be able to be Kathy again. I think that that's epic. I know that you've had a lot of things that have kept you down over the last 8 months or so. And I know that it seems like it's just been one thing after another. So I like, you can't make this up. And I love that these have come out like this. Your soul's blueprint. This is the second time the financial security card has come up in this particular spot. Kathy, I don't know if it's writing that you've been getting back into or what, but this rebirth is working into this blueprint of financial security. I'm not sorry about it for you. I'm not sorry about it for you. And I love that this card popped up here again. We're just going to turn this over and then we're going to talk. Manifestation. Passion. I know what this is about. You know what this is about. And so we're just going to leave this. We're just going to leave this right here between you and the hubby. Okay. So I'm just going to leave that. I'm just going to leave that over there. We're going to talk about this. Because Gatorade, snacky snacks. That's all I'm saying, Kathy. Okay. But this rebirth is epic, Kathy. And I love this for you. And I know that it's been such a hard time here lately that even just getting this type of a reading, like you're moving into a karmic cycle of happiness. You're banishing this bullshit curse that's been on you. You're moving back into this rebirth to be Kathy again. You're moving into a financial security cycle. Everybody needs that. I love this. And all of this is why that passion is going to be able to come back, because it means that you no longer are stressed out about the universe constantly just beating you against the rocks. Kathy, I think that your next 8 to 9 months are going to be just amazing, mind-blowingly amazing. And this makes me really happy for you. I love it. This makes me so happy for you. Like I said, Gatorade and snacky snacks. Gatorade and snacky snacks, okay? You're welcome so much, Kathy. I'm just curious, is that what you expected to hear, or did you expect something completely different? I feel like you expected probably the worst. Am I right? You just drank some. See you over there, Kathy Pooh. You are so funny. All right, Lisa and the Cult Jam. Aww. Thank you guys for all the compliments. And welcome to all of those of you guys that are just finding me. All right, Lisa. Karmic cycle. Present energy. Foundation. Your soul's blueprint. And the manifestations that are coming up. Y'all realize today is a master number day, right? The reason I'm doing this spread, usually I don't do a spread. If y'all have watched me for any amount of time, you know I don't usually do a spread. Or I tailor it for that person or whatever. 8 is infinity, right? 8 is potential energy. It's all of the things, right? 22 is a master number. So you have 8, 22. It's a very powerful day, just numerologically. And then to know that it coincides with this black moon late tonight. Just saying. I'm just saying. All right. Ready, Lisa? Karmic cycles. You also have happiness. Y'all watched me shuffle. Y'all watched me shuffle. You also have happiness. And because I read for you a lot, I know that you've been through some really hard things lately. I know that you've really been going through the ringer. I know that you've been questioning your life choices. I know that you've been kind of questioning everything about everything. And I don't think that it's so much that you've been sad or down or whatever. I think it's just the constant questioning of you. Feeling like you just need to look at everything over and over and over. And well, what if I shift and do this? Or what if I shift and do this? Or whatever. You coming into a karmic cycle of happiness for you means something different than it meant for Kathy. For you, it means satisfaction. It means feeling satisfied again. I think that it's been a long time since Lesa herself has felt satisfied with things. And I think that a lot of it is because you strive so hard to help other people. And you strive so hard to make other people's lives better that you get this disillusion with your own life because you don't have somebody helping you make your life better. And I think that in coming into this karmic cycle of happiness, it's going to show you that you don't need anybody else to help you make your life better. You're already a master at making other people's lives richer, better, happier, fuller. And you easily can do that for you as well. And I think that that's going to be kind of an aha moment at some time. Present energy. Mindfulness. This tells me you've started a new practice in your life, whether this is meditation or Tai Chi or Qigong or just getting up 5 minutes earlier or whatever. This tells me, this mindfulness aspect coupled with this happiness tells me that you've literally ascended. This is why the last 2 months, 3 months have been so fucking tough on you mentally and emotionally. It's why you have felt so worn out that you can't brain the things. If you've been finding yourself questioning, Lesa, if you've actually ascended or not, yes. Yes, you have. Ascension is interesting in that when you're going through an ascension, the way that people make it sound on YouTube and stuff like that and TikTok is, oh, it's this great magical thing. It is not. It is not. When you're ascending through your spiritual self or life in general, it's not nice, man. This is like snotty, ugly crying on the floor in the bathroom, at 8 o'clock after 2 glasses of wine because whatever. It is being so angry just at the universe in general for whatever that you feel like you could punch a hole through a black hole. The ascension is not kind at all. So when you go through it, you don't realize you're going through it. Ascension is a lot different than a dark night of the soul in that there are happiness moments in there. Whereas a dark night of the soul it just sucks. It just sucks. So yes, Lesa, you have been going through a very intense ascension. That's why you're so mindful of everything right now. The foundations that you're laying is change. What's on my card? I don't like it. The foundation that you're laying is change. Do I think that you should up and move across the country or change jobs? I know you've had the same job for a long time. I know that, you're a master in that job. No. What I do think though, your soul's blueprint is change. And now that you're going into this karmic cycle of happiness and you're going into this karmic cycle to move into the foundation of mindfulness, I think that this is a great time for you to start implementing all those little spiritual changes and all of the physical spiritual changes that you've been dreaming about. Physical spiritual changes are things like tangible items, okay? Have you been really wanting to, buy a rose quartz sphere? Now is the time. Save the money up for whatever size it is you're wanting. Have you been wanting a fountain for your living room? Now is the time. Those little bitty things that help you spiritually boost yourself to make a change so that your entire living space is more spiritual. Now is the time, Lesa. That kind of change will automatically spur the spiritual change. And I just want to say this for all of you guys listening. It sounds way too simple, but I promise it's not. I wouldn't bullshit you. When you start making changes to your physical space, the space you sleep in is the easiest. Your bathroom space actually is easier. Those two spaces are where you spend a lot of your time. Your living room, your kitchen. When you start making physical changes to the spiritual overview of your whole house, your spiritual self will change as well. If your stuff is always cluttered and you don't have any room to set anything, but you really want this sphere that you saw down at the crystal shop and you just don't know where you'd put it, go buy it. And then on purpose, clear out a spot just for that sphere. Somewhere very visible that you can look at it every time you walk in your house. One of the main things that I practice, that I have always practiced, I fell in love with the idea of feng shui when I was like 19 years old. Anytime I put things in a room, anytime I am decorating a house or whatever, I'm very mindful of where things go. If my gut tells me it doesn't feel right, it ain't going there. It might sit in a closet for a year before I'm like, oh, it's supposed to go here. Be very mindful of how your space feels spiritually. If you don't know what feng shui is, if you don't know how to do it or what the theory is and so on behind it, there are a ton of videos. I would highly recommend the ones on YouTube, the tutorials. That's what I'd recommend. When you make a change to your physical space and your physical space is suddenly more spiritual, you're sleeping in your spiritual powerhouse self. You're showering in your spiritual powerhouse self. You're eating. You're relaxing. When all of your space becomes a spiritual safety zone just for you, you're automatically going to be more in tune. I promise. All right, Lesa. Your soul's blueprint. Finding love. I think for you that's exactly what that says it is. I do. I think that is exactly what it says it is. I'm going to see what you're manifesting. The manifestation opening up to you right now is let go. Can't tell you how much this is on point. I love that, Lesa. I didn't see if you were here or not, so I love that. The manifestation that's opening up to you right now is letting go. Somebody out there is like, how is letting go a manifestation? Everybody has a manifestation of letting go of something, and I'm going to explain to you how to find out what yours is. It has to do with trauma. It has to do with habits. It has to do with self-belief, self-worth. The easiest thing you can look at would be an addiction. I apparently have a boba addiction. It's a very bad boba addiction because every day this week I've been craving it and I've been good until today. Until today. Cigarettes, pop, things like that. We get in this thing where we have to have it, right? Our brain has to have it. But we know that it's bad for us and we shouldn't do it. Letting go of an addiction is a manifestation, is it not? Letting go of a relationship. Maybe that relationship ended a year ago, but you still keep thinking about that person. And it's not that you want that person back. It's that you just want to let go. You don't want to hold on to the idea of that person anymore. That is manifestation. Wanting to, on purpose, mindfully let go of something is manifestation. So, Lesa, that is what is opening up to you right now. Whatever it is that you've been trying to let go of so you can make this amazing change, that is exactly what's happening. The fact that you're moving into this mindfulness and utilizing your space more as a spiritual path, I think that probably a year or 2 years ago, you said to yourself, I want to be more like this. I really love, watching this, and I really want to be like this. Whether it's, oh, I love this show, or I love this character, or whatever. I want to be just like this person, or this, or this, or this. And I think that you have unconsciously been making those steps, taking those steps to be like that. And I think within the next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to realize that you're already way more like that than you ever give yourself credit for. And I think that's only going to boost the happiness and the mindfulness. And I think it's just going to be like all the way up. Does that make sense, Miss Lesa? Good. I'm glad. I'm glad. All right. Jen is next. Let me update my list because it's just being a butt. Are these special cards? No, not really. You are so welcome, Lisa. But it is a special layout just for today. It's a special layout just for today. Okay, then. Jen. Jen couldn't wait for me to get everything switched around here. All right. Your karmic cycle. I love that so many people have come in the chat and said, I'm so glad you came across my For You page so I could get my moon water set out. I'm so glad that I saw you so I could get this done. I'm glad too. I'm glad too. I would have felt like a failure to know that you came across my video later and then was like, oh no. Here's the thing though. If you have friends or people that are spiritual and you don't get to talk to them till tomorrow, when you have a big phase like this, okay, is it really important to try to get it on the peak? Yes. Yes, it is. But you still have the energy the day before and the day after. So this technically is really, really early in the morning tomorrow. So me, I'm in Central Time. So it's like 1:07 in the morning, I think, or 1:37 or something in the morning. So for those of you guys Mountain Time, it's like midnight 30 tonight. For those of you guys Pacific Time, it's like 11:30, right? So it's technically a Friday for you, not a Saturday. You had all day today and you have all day Sunday to gather this energy, if that makes sense. So yeah, I would have felt bad. And I love that you guys are so happy about that recipe. I'll be putting out a video tomorrow or the next day of what kind of recipes, what kind of things you guys would like me to get for you. Okay. All right. Karmic cycles, present energy, the foundation that you're laying, your soul's blueprint. That's a lot. That's a lot. And the manifestation opening to you now. And I just want you to see that there was a lot of cards that tried to come out with the manifestation opening to you. So that's a good sign, Jen, because that means whatever it is that you've been manifesting, just saying what I'm saying. That's a lot of things coming your way. All right. So your karmic cycle, eternal charisma. You've been doing everything that you can, Jen, to make sure that you are being, I don't want to say, let me words it correctly. Hold on. You're doing everything that you can to be more. You want to be that person that when you walk in the room, everyone notices your energy. Everyone notices the personal power that you carry with you, the charisma that you hold yourself with. We all have seen people that walk in a room and everyone notices them, not because they're wearing some crazy ass thing, but because of their charisma, because of how they hold themselves, because of their personal power. And we've all seen people, or maybe you didn't see them, that went unnoticed in that room. That's also a form of charisma. To be invisible in a room on purpose, that's a form of charisma. I know some of you guys are like, oh, I try to be invisible all the time. That's a superpower. So don't negate yourself with that, okay? But Jen has been doing everything to boost her own charisma, okay? To boost her own charisma. And you're coming into this karmic cycle of being able to boost this amazing charisma that you've been working on. So let's see what your present energy is. The success card, ma'am. Ma'am. Miss Ma'am. I'm like giddy about this. I want to turn all these other cards over. But I'm like, no, you can't. You're going to talk about this first. Your present energy is fucking success, Jen. Your present energy is success. Meaning right now, you have the Midas touch. Right now, whatever it is that you're manifesting, Jen, whatever it is that you put into wordy words that come out of your face, whatever it is you put your energy into, all of that is manifestation. All of that is success because your current energy is success. In other words, you have been manifesting your ass off and you have been working and doing the work and putting in the hard work to make sure that those manifestations are going to happen. It's like I always say, guys, you can't win the lottery if you don't get your ass out of the house and go buy a ticket. Nobody's just going to walk up to you or just magically present to you. You're going to wake up and there's going to be a winning lottery ticket next to your bed. It doesn't work that way. You have to get your butt up, go out, get in the car, take your money, buy the ticket, come home, wait. Do you see what I mean? You have to put the steps in. Jen has been putting all the steps in. Jen has been putting all the steps in. So here's one thing that I tell this to my kid all the time. In fact, we had this conversation today in the car. As you guys go through life, you're going to start to see this more and more and more and more. That there is a group of people that will put the work in to do whatever it takes to get their manifestation. Whether that is the dream job, whether that's getting a doctorate, whether that is whatever. They will do all of the things to make sure that they are getting what they want, right? It's like manifestation. You know what I'm saying? And that's a group about this big. They will stop at nothing. They won't let anything beat them down to get what it is that they're working for in life. Then there's a group about this big that they're going to do some work. They're going to do some work, but they're not willing to do this work. They're going to do some work, but they're probably going to have some point where they get sidetracked or where they're like, I don't know that I really want to worry about spending that much more or going to school 4 more years to get a doctorate. I'm okay with a master's. They get to a point where they're just okay. They're okay with where they are. They're never going to be here because they don't want to put in all that extra work. They're going to be here. And then there's a group of people down here that will never put in the work to get there. They will never put in the work to even get to this middle slot. And that's okay. Y'all are going to realize as you go through life, and especially in spirituality, especially in witchcraft, folk magic, etc., the people that become very, very powerful practitioners put in the work. And it's not just they watched some videos or took some classes. It's that they strive to be better and learn more and learn something every single day. They will do the ritual magic, not just, I'll lit a candle for my birthday. I'm not making fun of anybody by saying that. So please don't think that. There's a difference between practicing, putting in some work, and putting in all the work. This is why there are some people that you will always remember their names if you're in the spiritual world. Crowley, Buckland, Laveau, people like that. They lived it. They put in the work. They did the things. Whether you like them or hate them or whatever, you will always know who they are, correct? But how many thousands, hundreds of thousands of other practitioners have there been throughout time? That if you dig a little bit, you're going to find them, right? But not all of them, right? The foundation that you're laying, Jen, defense. When you become successful at anything, I don't care if it's magic, it's your job, at family, I don't care. When you become successful at anything, people will strive to destroy that. I want you guys to listen to me again. When you become successful at anything, people will strive to destroy that. They will do whatever they can to destroy it. And those are almost always the people down here that refuse to put in the work to get where they want to be. Let that sink in a minute. The same people that idolize certain celebrities, singers, athletes, whatever, they idolize them. They're up their ass. They covet what that person has. They want it. One day they're going to be rich. They're going to have a house with 30 bedrooms like Shaq. They can't wait to have that. Are the same people that will tell you, you don't need a house that big. When you move up and buy a little bit of a bigger house. They're the same people that'll say, do you really need leather seats in the brand new car that you saved up $10,000 to put down on? Let that sink in. You have to have good defenses, especially when you succeed at anything. Bitches be bitches. Your soul's blueprint, Jen. Knowledge. Girl. Ma'am. Knowledge. You've been thinking about going back to school, Jen. The answer is yes. Do it. Might not be able to get in for the fall semester, but you can for the spring. Do it. Do it. I don't think this is spiritual knowledge. I think this is actually going back to school. If you've been thinking about going back to school, the answer is yes, Jen. Manifestation opening up to you now. Karmic justice, bitch. In other words, Jen, you being successful and you having charisma and you having knowledge and you being able to defend all of this success is karma for all the people that have always said you can't do it. You wanted to prove them wrong, right, Jen? Well, you did, and you are. And you should be proud of yourself for that. Not only should you be proud of yourself for that, Jen, but you need to take some time this weekend with this black moon and celebrate that. You need to take some time and celebrate that. Girl, I'm really proud of you. This makes me so happy. Holy shit, this makes me so happy. I love it. I love it. Come on, go in there. I like these reads. I like these reads. All right. Kristina H is next. So here is the order of my list. Kristina H, Brett B, Michael P, Yolanda G, Gidget. Sorry, I felt like I had to say it that way. Kat L, Traci R, Kirstie W, Melissa M. Is it Nohemi? Nohemi Flores and Amanda. Amanda is my last one. But now let's read for Kristina. Yes, yes. Depending on how long it takes me to finish these next 10, I probably won't add any more to my list tonight. If you want to get on the list for tomorrow, however, you should do that. You should do that. Hang on, and I can tell you how many tickets are left for tomorrow. Because tomorrow is the Phoenix ladder spread. And for those of you guys who are like, well, what is that? So the Phoenix ladder spread is where this is the infinity spread. And this is telling you about karmic cycles and so on. Tomorrow is the karmic ashes that you're rising from. Where this is like karmic cycle, what you're going into. This is what you're rising from. This is the balance that you need to take on to continue to rise from that. The creativity or whatever it is that is refueling your rebirth. And then what solid step you're building on for like long-term growth. So if you don't know where to go from here, tomorrow's reading is 100% what you want. And then let me see how many tickets. There are a decent amount of tickets for tomorrow. So if y'all did not get on the list tonight, there are still a few left for tomorrow. Still a few left for tomorrow. All right, Kristina, are we ready? The answer is yes. I'm going to put a... And I may have something special tomorrow night. We'll see. All right, Kristina. Karmic cycle. Present energy. That one right there. Foundation you're laying. Soul's blueprint. Manifestation. I'll tell you what. I'll put the list for tomorrow. Or the link, I mean. I'll put it on my profile link. Give me just a second. I'll get it up there for y'all. I don't know why I'm doing this. Pearl clutching. Oh! Come on, that's funny. That's funny. Taking forever. There you go. It is the second link. You click on my profile link. It says Phoenix Ladder Spread 823 Special. You can get on the list. All right. And then I've already got that live stream up and I can tell you what time it is. Hold on. Why are you doing what you're doing? There we go. The live stream is at 3 o'clock tomorrow, 3 o'clock Central. Because we're going to do something fun tomorrow night. We're going to do something fun tomorrow night. Just saying. We haven't done any fun things in a while. Have we? We haven't. The answer is no. The answer is no. All right, Kristina. Karmic cycle. Kristina coming out hitting. This is the success card. Kristina coming out strong with the freaking success card. What I love about doing these live is that y'all are watching me shuffle. You're watching me put the cards back in different places in the deck. I'm not just putting them all on top or on the bottom. You're watching me shuffle. The karmic cycle that you're coming into, Kristina, is fucking success, dude. I was going to say enough said, but I'm going to say one more thing. I want you guys to keep in mind that success to someone else is completely different than what success is to you. Success is to me different than what it is to Kristina. Success to Kristina is different than what it is to Joe over there. Success to Joe is different than Tom over there. Do you see what I'm saying? Everyone has a different version of success. Everyone. Everyone. Okay? Keep that in mind. Success may be moving out of your parents' house. Success may be getting back into school. Success, what you define as success, can change all the time, constantly. In fact, it probably does and should change constantly. Because when you hit one goal and you're successful with that goal, then you need to set another goal, right? My advice is going to be this. Kristina, and anybody else listening, when you set a goal, set a very big, lofty, massive goal. right? What would make you the happiest in life? Set a big, huge, massive goal. And then make sure you set all the little goals that you need to do to reach this big, lofty goal. I'm gonna liken this to an MMORPG game, okay? So in World of Warcraft, which unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I know extensively, in World of Warcraft, the main goal before another expansion comes out is to get to the top level, to be maxed out as far as your level goes, right? Well, you have all these quests that you have to do to get there. You have a main quest line you have to do to get there. And along the way are all these other cool things you can do, and side quests and reputation quests and so on. That is exactly what you need to look at success like. Because you're working toward this main big goal, and you have all these little goals that you have to hit to get there. And then you have all these fun goals. And when you hit fun goals and you do that and you're successful at that fun goal, it makes it where you're more driven to do the other goals. Does that make sense? A whiteboard is one of the best things that you can do for yourself. I'm serious. Having a whiteboard with your goals on it is always going to be one of the best possible things that you can do for yourself. Okay? But Kristina, your karmic cycle right now is success. So let's see what your present energy is. Protection. Have I not said repeatedly throughout the last 5 years, bitches be bitches? I know that we talked about having defense and having a good defense when you're successful, but protecting that defense is more important for you right now, Kristina. Protecting that success, is more important for you than worrying about defense. And I'm just going to tell you guys this. Y'all realize that offensive magic is a form of protection, right? Warding, that's protection, yeah? You can also throw offensive things in there. A bear trap is a bear trap is a bear trap. It's protection to keep a bear away from your house or your dogs or your animals or your kids, right? A bear trap is protection, but it's also very offensive too, right? Just saying. Just saying. Foundation you're laying, Kristina. Willpower. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Because what this tells me, if you're laying foundation, if you're laying willpower as your foundation right now, it tells me that you realize that you're very smart, and you're smart enough to realize that you have to build up your willpower in getting back up on top of the game. It tells me that you've gotten knocked down really hard in the last couple of years, and that you have been pushing yourself and building your willpower back up. So now you can harness this success, which is another reason why you've been wanting to make sure you have this protection in place. Am I right? Your soul's blueprint is union. For you, I don't think that this is love per se right now, and I'm going to tell you why. Because you started off with success. If your soul's blueprint was love, you would have started off with something different. Union is two different aspects of you. I would bet that you have a very dualistic soul, and that you swing really hardcore back and forth with what you want to do. Some people have a problem finding the balance between the divine masculine and the divine feminine. Some people have a really hard time finding the balance between work and play. Some people have a really hard time finding balance or the union of two paths. And I think that that's what this willpower is, why this protection needs to be put into place really hardcore, because you have two aspects of Kristina that are equally powerful. Both of them are amazingly, wonderfully powerful. and you haven't been able to figure out how to balance them together or unionize them, put them together. And I think that that is what is upcoming for you. So this willpower is going to be vital to you being able to ensure that the two aspects of you, the yin and the yang, those powerful parts, fit together like they should. I think that once you have this union of these two, I don't think there's any way that anything is going to stop you. And I know that you're going to be successful because you start off with the success card in this working or in this layout. Manifestation opening up to you right now. Knowledge. I think for you, it's not so much going back to school. I think for you, this is literally esoteric knowledge. I do. I think that for you, this is esoteric knowledge. And I think in gaining a lot of this esoteric knowledge, you're going to find out that you already had a lot of foundational ideas and understandings of different esoteric practices. And I think that now this is a time when you are growing exponentially, learning your own success, learning to navigate the protection of it, learning to navigate putting those two things together, those two parts of you. Girl, I think that you're a magical powerhouse. And I think that you have the power within Kristina to make sure that every single thing you manifest happens. Every single thing you manifest comes true. I'm just saying. I'm proud of you. I'm really proud of you. Really, 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 really proud of you. All right. Brett is next. Brett was here. Is Brett still here? Put those all back in different places right there. I love that so many people are coming into the chat. I got my water out. I got my oil out. I love it. Did y'all see that card jump and then go back in there? All right, Brett. Karmic cycle. Present energy. Foundation you're laying. Soul's blueprint. And manifestations that are coming up now. All right. Karmic cycle. Destiny. I want to remind you guys, I want to remind Brett, I want to remind all of you that sometimes destiny isn't nice. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes destiny isn't nice. There's a reason that this is a night. There's a reason there's a bird cage. There's a reason there's a key. Destiny is being able to free that part of you that has to be, or that has been programmed to be a certain way. Destiny is being able to walk away from the things you really, really, really love because you know that you need to do this. Or you know that your soul has always been pushing you to this. That bird cage is freedom. There's not a bird in it. It represents freedom. Armor is for protection, right? If you don't have the right armor on, then it doesn't matter what kind of freedom you have. If you don't have the right armor on, then it doesn't matter where your destiny is going to take you, right? Because destiny isn't kind. Destiny isn't just this wonderful little magical fairy that comes and goes boop and just presents you with whatever it is you're supposed to do or have. The key is for unlocking doors. A lot of times when we are fully aligning ourselves with our path, with fate or destiny or the universe or whatever it is you want to call it, when you are fully aligning yourself with that, the things that get removed from your life are in an almost violent fashion. I'm not going to lie. A job that you really loved and you'd been working at for a long time, gone. You got laid off or the company just closed or something like crazy like that. A relationship that you were hanging on to, or maybe the relationship was really solid and then gone. You manifesting you're going to move across the country and then suddenly, no. Destiny is never just this calm little lazy river. It is the worst, most craziest rapids that you can think of. Sometimes it's a tsunami. Sometimes it's a whirlpool. Sometimes it's a hurricane. Sometimes you don't even know what the fuck it is. Destiny is not ever kind. It may be kind in the history books, but in the moment, it is not kind. Present energy. Grounding. I love that your present energy is in the grounding phase because I know that destiny is not being kind to you right now. It's putting you on the path that it's supposed to put you on, and you're choosing to walk down that path on purpose. And you can choose to not walk down your path. You can. You're choosing to walk down that path on purpose. So grounding yourself when the world is battering you against the rocks is key to you being able to walk down that path on purpose. Foundation. Overcoming fear. Overcoming fear. We all have really big fears. We all have little bitty fears. I am deathly afraid of sharks for some weird reason. No reason at all. But I also don't like turtlenecks because I have had someone have their hand around my throat. And I know how that feels. Legit earned fear. Irrational fear. Do you see what I'm saying? We all have crazy fears. Overcoming those fears takes a lot more than courage sometimes. It takes breaking down and crying. It takes having a full-on meltdown, crash out. It takes courage. It takes willpower. Sometimes it takes the right place at the right time. Sometimes it takes destiny stepping in and crashing through everything that we had built. Overcoming fear is the foundation that you're laying right now. And I think that that is epic. I think that that is epic. The other thing that I think is fantastic about overcoming fear is that sometimes when destiny is starting to really batter us really hard, there's a lot of fear that just goes with that. Like where's the hit coming from next? What's going to happen next? I think that you overcoming these fears. Don't look. I think that you overcoming these fears is a major part of becoming who Brett needs to be. Your soul's blueprint. Intuition. You know what's funny? Is that everybody in the spiritual community believes that they have the best intuition. Everybody outside the spiritual community has the belief that everybody in the spiritual community has this amazing intuition. It's not always the case. It's not always the case. Oh, well, trolls are a turnoff too. Let me go ahead and just pause Brett's reading because apparently people need to be more important than other people. Don't be a creep because even creeps don't like creep. And I could give a flying fuck what you think about me or my appearance. I guarantee you that my life is way more fantastic than yours will ever be because I have worked my ass off to get where I'm at. I don't have the time, the energy, or the patience to sit and troll people and make comments about what I don't like about someone. I don't like your nose, sir, but I don't feel the need to go onto your videos and tell you that. The reason that I have a jacket is because someone told me that it looked trashy on a woman. $7,000 later, I can fly my middle fingers high and bright and wonderful with my shiny crystal-coated fingernails. And you can sit and enjoy trolling women and telling them how bad they look. I don't feel sorry for you because that's the life you chose. You are the reason why I will always choose the bear. Okay, love you, bye. Brett. People think that people in the spiritual community always have intuition. People think that they have the best intuition ever. But the truth is you have to build your intuition. You have to build your intuition. You don't just magically get born with intuition. I mean, you do. Everybody has intuition. Please don't think I'm not saying that, okay? But it's just like any other talent. Do you think that Louis Armstrong was just magically born just ripping all of these great things on the trumpet? Do you think at 4 he picked up a trumpet and was like this amazing jazz player? No. He practiced, he learned, he trained, he played, he practiced, he learned, he trained, he played for decades, for years. And he's probably one of the most, if not the most well-known trumpet player throughout history. But he didn't just wake up and he was magically that person. Do you see what I'm saying? You have to train your intuition. And even people that have trained their intuition for years miss shit. They do. They miss shit. I like to think that I've trained my intuition for years. I miss shit all the time. And I tell people, listening to your gut, your intuition will never steer you wrong because your gut is that 4-year-old kid in Walmart that wants to tell everybody that he farted. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Your gut is that 5-year-old kid that cannot lie and will nag the shit out of you until you buy that toy. However, when you give that intuition over to your brain will always try to rationalize it. Well, I know that that I'm supposed to go on this trip and I really want to. And I know that like my plane ticket, that flight's been canceled. And I know that, the hotel said, and they'd offer me a better rate or give me some money back if I stayed at a different time, and the rental car canceled, but I'm still going on this trip. I've only got one vacation this year. Your brain will try to rationalize it, right? If you give it here, oh my God, your heart's a bitch, man. Your heart's always going to give you the squishy version and sugarcoat it for you. Everybody fails at recognizing something with their intuition. Some people more than others. You have to train it. So for this to come up, that this is your soul's blueprint, that what you're working for right now is boosting your intuition. I'm just saying. Don't take that in a bad way. Okay? What's manifesting for Brett? Balanced emotions. Okay, this, I'm sorry, but I'm going to tease Brett a little bit because I know he's a Cancer, and that's funny. That's funny. That's really funny. I love you, Brett. Balanced emotions is the manifestation that's opening up to you right now. I know that when I said this, Brett giggled. And I know that when I said this, Brett knows exactly what I'm talking about because I know what Brett is going through right now. That is freaking hilarious. All right. So before I start with Michael, we're halfway through the list. Before I start with Michael, Michael is next. I have to take a potty break. So if y'all need to take a quick potty break, this is the time. This is intermission. This is intermission. Go take your potty break. Go get a drinky drink. All right. Potty break. Let me not pull my phone off the thing. I am. How are you?
I'm still feeling not so great, but better. I'm definitely better. But yeah, I'm on the phone with that. I'm just sending you your chairs. I just want to come up and make sure you're okay.
Yep, potty break. Potty break.
Okay.
Drank all that tea earlier.
Hi.
I drank all that tea earlier. Camille says hello.
Oh, no. Oh, well, hello to everybody. My godmother's telling you.
Oh, hola. All right, Michael.
Cackling. Two witches cackling in my ear.
I mean, there are worse things.
There are worse things.
There are worse things.
There are much worse things.
Mm-hmm. Everybody says hi back, Camille.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, Michael. Ready? You expected Vlad to jump up. I mean, probably a good thing he didn't notice. You know what? That fell out. Karmic cycle is present energy. Foundation. Blueprint. Manifestations. All right, that's what happened. All right. Ready? Karmic cycle. Concealment. Okay. Michael, what that tells me is that you just went through a karmic cycle of letting people in, of being open. And I know there are people out there that they preach that, oh, you need to be more open and let everybody in. Not always. Not always. When you're going through any type of journey of self-discovery, when you're going through any type of journey of spiritual awakening, when you're going through anything in life, there are times that concealment is something that is a big deal. Because bitches be bitches. But the other thing is this. It doesn't matter who you are, what you believe in, where you're from, where you live, what you do. It doesn't matter. Everyone has someone that is working against them. Everyone. We all have somebody that doesn't like us. You are the villain in whatever painting is in their head. Whatever story they're living in, you are the villain in their story. And the other thing is this, guys, and this is something too that we all learn way too late in life. Not everybody needs to know everything that you do. They don't. They don't need to know that you're going on vacation. They don't need to know you're applying for jobs. They don't need to know that you're going to school. They don't need to know. Not everybody needs to know. And Michael, I think that right now you're entering a phase of concealment. Not everybody needs to know what Michael's doing. Not everybody is privy to that. People need to earn that information. Are you going to just walk around the street and give everybody your birth date and social security number? No. So why do you walk around and tell everybody everything? Just saying. Present energy. Creativity. I like that. I like that a lot. Because it tells me that Michael's baking an idea. It tells me that Michael's been working at baking an idea. That he's really, really been taking on some interesting things with the universe. I am here for it. Completely here for it. Foundation you're laying. I'm curious what this is about. Rebirth. What better thing than on the black moon to have the rebirth card come up on the foundation that you're laying? You're a magical shit, Michael. What I really like about this is the creativity aspect. The creativity aspect with the rebirth. What that tells me is that I know that you went through like a big surgery not that long ago and some other changes and shifts. And not that I'm just trying to tell your business, but I want to acknowledge that because I feel like this rebirth has a lot to do with that. I feel like this concealment, the creativity, and the rebirth, it's all that surgery was a catalyst for this. Because when you're sitting and you've had surgery and now you can't be active because you gotta heal. When you can't do the things you used to do, suddenly you're more aware of the world around you. You're more aware of all the little things that you didn't really have time for before. Now, I'm not saying completely immerse yourself in social media. I do it for a living. Trust me. Trust me, you need a break all the time. But this rebirth has an intense amount to do with the things you saw, you learned, and you immersed yourself in while you were waiting for yourself to heal. Soul's blueprint. Protection. I'm going to go ahead and talk about this as well. Of course I am. It's the card I just pulled, dumbass. Okay, anyway. I don't know if you realize it or not, Michael, that you are a protector. That one of the main things your soul is good at and will always be good at is protection. The problem with being really good at something, having a natural talent, is that you naturally do it for other people. How many people do you know that are masters at manifesting things for other people? Are you a master at manifesting things for other people? Somebody's talking about me. My nose is itching. Are you a master of being able to protect other people? We get so caught up into trying to make sure that we make everybody else happy, successful, protected, loved around us, that we don't do it for ourselves. So, Michael, you've always been a protector. You've always been a master at protection. Make sure you're doing it for you as well. Not just everybody else, but for you as well. You can't help anyone if you're on the floor. Just saying. What's opening up to you now as far as manifestation-wise? Mindfulness. I feel like you've been manifesting being able to read people better. I would not be surprised to know that you have either gotten books on body language, been watching stuff about body language, been learning about how to read people, either faces, eyes, things like that. I would not be surprised to know that you've been really paying attention to being mindful of everything around you, of everybody around you. And the reason that I said that is because of all these other cards, because I know what you've gone through. I know about, what you went through with surgery and so on, and all of these other cards coming up. It tells me that you're really manifesting and working toward, it's weird. It's like something spiritual, but it's in the secular world as well. I don't think that this is you doing something spiritual for a job. I think that it's integrating it in with the job you do now. And to do that, you've realized, I think that a lot of times when we have to sit and watch social media and you're on all the time, and here's a challenge I'm going to give you guys. Because a lot of you I know are on TikTok a lot, on social media a lot. When you're watching people on live streams, when you're watching people in videos and so on, videos are very easy to manipulate, obviously. Live streams are a little different. When you're watching people, card readers are one of the biggest ones, myself included. Watch that person for a little bit. Are they giving everybody the same reading? Do they not really know what they're doing? Are they reading out of the book? Are they typing it in and getting it off ChatGPT? Do they seem to have a talent? Do they seem to be able to read somebody? It's very easy in any industry to figure out who it is that knows their shit and who doesn't. It's very easy. And Michael, I think that that's what this is talking about. You being very, very mindful of how people act, what they do, everything like that, is going to be very, very welcome in what you do for a living now. I'm just saying. I think that you're on an ascension path right now, Michael. I think that you went through a huge level up and you hit a plateau and you're going through another level up. Sometimes the universe does that bullshit to us like, hey, here's 9 level ups in 1 year. You got this. Fucking sucks. But that's what's happening. You're going through another level up. Just so you know. I saw my Brooke friend come in. If you guys don't follow Just Peachy Boutique, please make sure you do so. Brooke, I wore that amazing wrap that you sent me. I wore it out yesterday and got so many compliments on it. I posted a picture in it. I totally forgot that it was in my closet. And I was like, I don't want to just wear a damn tank top out. So, yeah. I wore it out. I got so many compliments on it. I love that damn thing. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Y'all learning some stuff? Y'all learning some shit and some things? Yolanda is next. Aw. Thank you, Brooke. Guys, I just want you to remember that not everybody is going to have your best interest in mind. Not everybody is going to have your best interest in mind. You can't ever expect for everybody to have your best interest in mind, including the people that are the closest to you. Sometimes the people that get the closest to you, they don't have anything good in mind for you. And somebody may come in with good intentions and they may end up being one of your biggest enemies. You have to have your own best intentions in mind all the time. It's not selfish. Okay? So I want you to keep that in mind. All right, Miss Yolanda, you ready? Also, I'm going to say this as I'm drawing for Yolanda. It's very, very easy to see the people that want to copy you. It's very, very easy to see the people that just want to steal your thunder. It's very, very easy to see when someone is working against you. And you should always trust your gut. Always. I'm just saying what I'm saying. All right. There's your karmic cycle. Present energy. Foundations you're laying. Your soul's blueprint. And the manifestation opening up to you now. That's a lot of cards that are trying to come out, Yolanda. It's a lot of cards. I'm going to say one more thing. And then I'll promise I'll read for Yolanda. I don't know why. Oh, well, let me address that first. I see a lot of you guys asking, and Brooke just asked, do you put water out tonight for the black moon? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. The peak is really early in the morning, like right after midnight, depending on where you are. So you want to put it out tonight before you go to bed. If the sun touches it a little bit in the morning, it's fine. It's fine. It's not going to deprogram the water. I can't roll my eyes big enough at that. If you leave it out in the sun, it's fine. Okay. I saw someone say that someone had told them you have to use moon water immediately. You don't. You don't. If you have it in a glass that's not airtight or sealed, and you're going to drink it, yeah, you probably want to drink that right away. This is why I like bottled water. I might have several cases of bottled water outside right now. I also might have a whole bunch of things outside right now on top of just the oil that I'll be making into products once I get moved. Just saying. Just saying. So usually when there's a big astrological event like this happens about every 3 years. So like right now I have several cases of water outside. So that way I have that water to drink. I also may have some water from the total eclipse that went over a year or so ago outside right now too. Because why not? Because why not have total eclipse water outside in the black moon that I'm going to drink tomorrow? Because that's where I'm at. But because that's where I'm at in life. Y'all, I also put gallon jugs of water out because that's the water I use for other things, like for workings. Whereas the bottled water, I use for myself. Like, I'm going to mark it. Make sure you mark it. Don't be like me. Make sure you mark it. That way you know what it's for. Okay. But yeah, it's, you don't have to use it immediately. If it's sealed, or if you're not going to drink it and you're just going to keep it in a jar, that's fine. You have to use it immediately. I, throughout from about the midpoint of 2020, all the way through 2021 and all the way through 2022 and into 2023, I still have full moon water and a lot of other like eclipses, meteor showers, storm water, for every single month. I have a problem. I have a problem, but I'm just saying. Do you have to boil the water before putting it out? No. Just put it out. Just put it out. Yeah. I saw a couple of people ask, and I'll say this first and then we'll get to Yolanda. What this moon is for. So this is a black moon. This is not a normal new moon. A new moon is the start of a lunar cycle. So let's just talk about the new moon. That is the start of a lunar cycle. Okay. Everything is ground zero. It's rebirth, right? I answered a comment. Somebody said that they thought that the new moon was for manifestation and the full moon was for letting stuff go and so on. Technically, they're both for those things, okay? But a new moon is more for starting over, letting go of what didn't work and no longer serves you, and making a plan for the next, 30-day lunar cycle, 28-day lunar cycle. A full moon is peak manifestation. It's also for looking at and illuminating what hasn't worked from the new moon up to now. So technically, they're both for the same thing. You can do baneful work under both of them really fantastically. Thank you for the swan, Ms. Brooke. But tonight is something a little different. It's called a black moon or a witch's moon. Now, this is when it happens one of two ways. Tonight, what's happening is there are 4 new moons in this season. Okay. So instead of only having one each month, we have an extra one, right? The third one, which is what's going on tonight, is known as the black moon or the witch's moon. So it's like an extra new moon in there. And somebody asked me earlier, like, I thought that was a blue moon. That's what they call a full moon. When there are 4 full moons that happen in a season, that third one is usually called the blue moon. So this is the black moon. So this is like a double new moon. This is a major rebirth. A black moon is considered like a phoenix type of event. This is why for the last week, 2 weeks, you guys have been emotional. Shit's been getting cleared out of your life right and fucking left. It's why some of you guys, instead of getting emotional, you have not cared. It's why you've been blocking people right and left. It's why your work ethic suddenly is back. It's why you've gone through a complete reset. That's what this powerhouse energy is for. So if you're setting out water tonight, you're going to utilize that to completely internally and spiritually wipe shit away, wipe shit out, charge yourself up. Does that make sense? That's what this is for. Thank you for that. So yeah, that's what this is for. And like I said, it only happens about every 3 years. So it's a very powerful thing. All right. Ready, Yolanda? The answer is yes. Is it too late to put water out? Nope. You got time. All right. Oh, so is it not wise to put our crystals out tonight? I would be careful what you put out. I put out a video. There's a video on my page about 4 crystals that if you have them, they should go out. A lot of the crystals that Smoky quartz is my favorite. Smoky quartz is a powerhouse crystal right now, guys. I'm just letting you know. If you have smoky quartz, those babies go outside. They go in the moonlight. They go on your windowsill. I don't care. They go in the moonlight if you have smoky quartz. Obsidian, black obsidian, especially just plain black obsidian, labradorite, like things like that. Does that make sense? So, all right. Let me get to reading Yolanda. And then I'll tell you what, let me get through my list and we'll talk about it. Because let's see, I still have 7 people, so I want to make sure I get everybody done. Okay. All right, Miss Yolanda, here we go. What is your karmic cycle? Success. Don't you love it? Don't you love it? I love it. Yolanda loves it. Yolanda's going, yeah. Just saying. Just saying. You're entering a karmic cycle of success. So like I said earlier, because this card came up in this position for someone else, like I said earlier, right now, you need to be super, super mindful of everything you do, okay? Every intention you set, every word that comes out of your mouth, because right now, you have the Midas touch. So anything you manifest, anything that comes out of your face, that's what you're telling the universe, and you're in a success karmic cycle right now, meaning that everything's going to be going exactly how you manifest it. You may just say, I need extra money, and you get a nickel. That's technically extra money. Or you may say, I need extra money, and maybe somebody gets a hold of your credit card. Hear me out. And you're like, wait. I said extra money. But yet you just stole $800 from me. Well, maybe you get that $800 back, and then you find out that that company has been having a problem with these kind of breaches, and then you are part of a class action lawsuit and you get a couple $1,000s on top of your $800 back. You may say, I need extra money, and you get in a car accident. You get extra money because of the car accident, but now you're hurt. Do you see what I'm saying? You have to be very, very careful, Yolanda, at what comes out of your mouth right now. Okay? So be very, very careful. What is your present energy? Wisdom. In other words, your claircognizance is through the roof. It is through the roof. Which means you've probably been feeling really crazy lately with the dreams. How many of y'all been having intense dreams over the last few days? Show of hands. With the dreams, with just knowing something is going to happen, with all the things. You're feeling crazy. Probably completely, what's up with my words? Completely and utterly crazy. Because when you're at a place where wisdom and claircognizance, which is clear knowing, where that is just all the time, you can't help but feel crazy. At the same time, you feel powerful when shit's happening and you're like, oh, I knew that was going to happen. Look, I wrote it down, or I told you about this dream, or whatever. You feel really powerful, but you also feel crazy because you're like, oh, yeah, I'm crazy. You're at a place where your claircognizance is up here. So I don't know if you've been manifesting for your claircognizance to be better or for your clairvoyance to be better, but you're at a place where your wisdom is heightened. So my recommendation is also going to be to build on that, okay? Be reading a lot, be listening to videos, be, listening to audiobooks or whatever. Be learning as much as you possibly can, okay? That's only going to heighten that intuition, heighten that claircognizance and so on. Because sometimes you might be seeing things or getting the same sign over and over and not knowing what that sign means, or not even realizing that it's a sign. So if you're learning constantly about different things, then you're going to realize, holy shit, that's a sign. Do you see what I'm saying? So be boosting the brain right now, okay? Foundation that you're laying. This is the Luna card, so the moon cycles. This is an interesting card to get in the foundation that you're laying. What that tells me is you're really connecting back to your own divine feminine, not somebody else's divine feminine, not what somebody else is telling you is the divine feminine. Every person, I don't care who you are, I don't care what gender you are, every person has to have a balanced divine masculine and a balanced divine feminine. When they get out of balance, then you start to have problems with your manifestations, with your magic, with life in general. So what this tells me is that you've been having to be a lot more with the divine masculine lately, and now this is coming back up to where things are going to balance out. It tells me also that the moon is a really big thing for you. With this being the foundation you're laying, moon magic is just knowing about the full moon and the new moon and eclipses and stuff. That is like basic 101 magic, right? When you really start working with each specific phase of the moon and each astrological sign that that moon phase is in, your magic starts to go through the roof. So on top of you getting reconnected to the divine feminine that is your personal divine feminine, you also getting into a lot deeper with each specific moon phase and astrological phase is only going to heighten your intuition, your magic, that divine feminine, all of those things. It also means, however, that intense moon phases are going to affect you even deeper. So that tells me that tonight, this moon phase, you've probably been feeling it for 3 or 4 days, and you're going to feel a little like drunk, hungover for 3 or 4 days afterwards. Those of you guys that have been having very intense reactions to this moon, whether it's emotion or whether it's dreams, just know that Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, you're going to kind of feel like you got a hangover, and it's just from the energy. It's like an energetic hangover. So I'm just letting you know. So if you've had a very intense reaction, expect Sunday and Monday to be kind of hard, okay? Your soul's blueprint. Rebirth. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Some people say that they're a phoenix, but you literally are. You literally are. You have been going through cycles of rebirth as long as you've been alive. You go through cycles of rebirth so much that rebirth is just like to you anymore. You've gone through so many versions of you that if you sat down and tried to count them, I bet you couldn't. I bet you couldn't. You are one of those people that you are a constant phoenix. You're in a constant burn or grow. Like you're in a constant rebirth. So knowing that that's your soul's blueprint, you can embrace that. Especially with the success going on right now and you coming into wisdom, you're technically coming into an amazing divine feminine rebirth right now. So everybody else plug your ears. Don't listen. I'm highly going to recommend that you look into dark divine feminine aspects, dark divine feminine practices, things like that. I'm really going to recommend that you look into the dark divine feminine, because you having this rebirth, you having this intense reconnection to the moon and all of that, I'm just saying, this is the time for it. This is the time for it. What's manifesting for you now? Resilience. Again, I'm going to stand by what I said with the dark divine feminine. The dark divine feminine is very resilient. It's very strong. It's very Lilith, Hell, Hecate, Kali, the Morrigan. It's very intensive. Santa Muerte. It's very, very intensive, dark underworld goddess energy. Dark divine feminine is something that everybody at some point in their life has to work with. You do. You have to. If you are not familiar with those things, you will be at some point in your practice. So apparently that is what time it is for you, Yolanda, is to start really looking at and learning about the dark divine feminine. The corner of my eye itches. I can tell that my allergy medicine is wearing off. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yolanda, I think you're coming into a very, very intense intense femininity. Does that make sense? Very intense getting back to the core of who you are. That comes with a lot of resilience. It comes with a lot of middle fingers at everybody. It comes with a lot of that. I'm just saying, it comes with a lot of that. But this is a very, very, very powerful and very successful time for you. And I'm going to encourage you to absolutely harness it. Harness it. You're going to get called intimidating a lot. And that's fine. And that's fine. Be intimidating. Be intimidating. You are so welcome. Did that make sense? I feel like you didn't really have a specific question in mind with this or something that you're working toward. I think you just needed where you were going from here. Am I right? And here's the other thing. I think that the answers you got this evening are not really going to completely, they've already been calling you intimidating. Sweet, sweet. Good, good. I think that a lot of the answers you got tonight aren't really going to fully click in until tomorrow. I think that you're going to wake up after this new moon and be like, oh, Ermageared. All right, Gidget. Gidget's next. Aw, you're welcome so much. All right. Karmic cycles. Present energy. Foundation you're laying, your soul's blueprint, and the manifestation's opening to you now. Thank you for that, Yoli. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, Gidget. Here we go. Your karmic cycles. Change. Woohoo. Who doesn't love change? I'm glad I could help, sweetheart. Karmic cycle is change. Be prepared for the next couple of months specifically to be a lot of shifting and changing and moving and just everything. Just be prepared for it, Gidget, because when you have a karmic cycle of change, this is a lot of movement, a lot of shifts, a lot of, okay, this came in and this went out and now this is going out and something else is coming back in. This is just those times in your life where you're like, you know what? Okay, this is what we're doing right now. This is what we're doing right now. Okay, this is what we're doing now. I just want you to know that with a karmic cycle of change comes a lot of upheaval. Just be prepared. A lot of upheaval. Okay? Present energy. Passion. I actually really love this because your present energy with this change, I think you're feeling the need to change. You want to change, like you're embracing the change. So with that comes this passion. And that is really finding what it is that gives you inner peace. I want you to notice that the passion card, it doesn't have two animals on it. It doesn't have love. I mean, it does have a heart and so on, but notice that it has the stag. Notice that it has the stag because the stag is a powerhouse. The stag is the one that takes care of everything. Does that make sense? The stag is the one that sees everything. The stag is the one that when the stag wants something, that's what it does. Does that make sense? This right here is a very intense. Why am I yawning again? I know, because I'm talking. The stag is a very intensive energy. By finding what it is that you are passionate about, that's going to help you manifest this change. The change also may just very well be what helps you find the passion, what helps you find what your soul is driven toward, if that makes sense. Foundations you're laying. Resilience. Gidget, what I love about this is that this change, seeing the resilience card in the foundations point in this spread, tells me that you've been in a taffy puller. It tells me that the universe has just been doing this and pulling you back and forth and moving and shifting and changing and just all the things. And even though you started this off with change, and even though your karmic cycle is change, it's creating this intense resilience that you're going to need going forward. Like, I can't wait to look at these other two cards, but I'm going to refrain until we get to them. Resilience is key when you're trying to grow in any way. I don't care if it's with your job, if it's with a relationship, if it's with yourself spiritually, if it's with just you. I don't care. Resilience is key. Because if you break down at every little fly that comes in front of you, if you break down at every time somebody goes and looks at you weird, if you break down at every single little backslide, then that change is never going to matter. For change to really matter, you have to become more resilient. For change to really matter, you have to be able to learn from it, to utilize it like a springboard. You have to become more resilient. And that is exactly the foundation that you're laying. So what I hate about that is it tells me that you really had a lot going on, so much in the last, I'm going to say probably 6 months, 2 to 6 months specifically. And I think in the last 2 months, it's gotten more intense. But I also have a feeling that this new moon, this black moon, has been showing you over the last few days how intensely resilient you have become. I think it's been showing you a lot of trauma, old shadow work aspects. And you've been going, oh my God, I lived through that. Oh my God, I thought at one point I was never going to make it through this. And here I am. It's been showing you all of these things, Gidget. And so you've been going, oh, wow. I can't believe that I was so worried about that then. Your soul's blueprint. I find it interesting that this has come up a couple of times in this position, and this is the banish a curse. So I don't know if you have been worried about having a generational curse or an ancestral curse or something like that on you. I don't believe this is generational. I believe this is more of now generational and ancestral are different. Okay. I just want you guys to know a generational curse usually has a time limit. Okay. A generational curse will be, I don't want you or any of your direct descendants to have any male children to perpetuate the name or the bloodline or whatever. Okay, so you end up, maybe you have 5 kids and only one of them is a boy, right? That's going to carry on that last name. And then all of your girls have tons of kids, but no boys. But the boy, maybe he only has daughters. Do you see what I'm saying? That has a time limit. So technically, when that boy only had daughters and it cut the family name off, that curse is done. Do you see what I'm saying? An ancestral curse, however, is different. An ancestral curse will actually move around. So it may be that all the women in your family have a weird mark on the side of their face or something like that. That is kind of an ancestral curse, but maybe it skips a couple generations. Maybe you have weird health problems that seem to skip around, but they're in that family line. Does that make sense? So I'm going to say, Gidget, that yes, I think that this is more of an ancestral thing that you're banishing, not so much a generational curse that you're banishing. to be honest, even though the ancestral curse sounds a lot worse, it's easier to banish than a generational curse, because a generational curse already has a time limit. And if you don't really know what that generational curse was, then it's a little harder to try and banish the generational curse. With an ancestral curse, it's a little easier, especially if you're like, well, for the last 4 generations, we've had this, but only with the women on my mom's side of the family. Okay, that's an ancestral curse. You see what I'm saying? So those are a little easier to banish. And so what I think, Gidget, is that this banish a curse, this blueprint that you're in, you are the one banishing it. You are the end of this. So all of the things you've been going through, all of the change, all of the resilience, all of the flip-flop, all of the turmoil has been to erase this. Does it mean it's fair to you? No. But it does mean that you are a curse breaker. And that is a very powerful thing. That's a very powerful position. Okay? So keep that in mind. I want to see the manifestations. Cast away negativity. Did I not just say that you're a curse breaker? Did I not just say that you're a curse breaker? I believe I did. I believe I did. Just saying. I see a lot of people that talk about how they don't want to be the one that has to deal with all of this shit with generational curses, ancestral curses, etc. But the thing is, that's a very, very powerful position to be in. Think about that for a minute. Your soul is the one. People are like, oh, today is not the day and I'm not the one. Oh, no. Your soul says today is the day and I am the one. You are the curse breaker. You are the curse breaker, Gidget. That is a very powerful, powerful place to be. Just saying what I'm saying. And I want you to look at it in that way. Oh, no, it goes there. All right. Kat Lucas is next. I saw her pop in a little bit ago. If you guys miss yours, you fall asleep or whatever, I am going to get it downloaded this evening so it can be up tomorrow. Just so you guys know. There's the cat. There's the cat. How's Cat? Good, I'm glad. I'm glad you're good, my friend. All right. Karmic cycle. Present energy. Oh, nope. It was the one underneath it. Foundation. Soul's blueprint. Manifestations. All right. Ready? Just line them up all perfect. All right, Kat. Here's your karmic energy. Karmic cycle. Good fortune. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Like I said, are you ready? You're kind of... karmic energy is good fortune. Can't make this shit up. And so I find it interesting that we've had success come up twice there. We've had good luck come up. Now we have good fortune coming up. I mean, nobody wants to get like, a shitty card there in your karmic cycle. What I love is that it tells me that within the last 3 years, you have cleared out so much shit. And by shit, I mean heavy shit. I would bet your last 3 years have been a lot of downs, more downs than they've been up. I feel like this right here specifically is talking about how I don't know why I keep saying 3 years, 3 years. You feel like you have been in this just constant, like tilt-a-whirl type energy where you've been getting slammed against the wall repeatedly. Every time you think you kind of got your bearings on you, you whip around the other way and you're slamming into that. You're now, it's like somebody finally turned the ride off and you can get off, because this karmic cycle that you're entering into is literally good fortune. It's literally good fortune, which means that everything is going to start resetting itself. Everything is going to start being more profitable. We'll say it that way. Profitable in all of the ways, not just money, like health, all those things. But good fortune is also fantastic in you being at the right place at the right time for a lot of things. Present energy. Intuition. I love that. I love that. Because what that tells me is that this good fortune, this karmic cycle that you're entering, your intuition is on point. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to talk about what sucks with that first, Kat, okay? When your intuition is on point and when your intuition is like super heightened, it can kind of get painful after a while, and it can get annoying after a while, and it can get to the point where you just don't want to do things. Not that you don't want to do things. It's not like, it's not so much like your empathic abilities getting too heightened. But when intuition gets too heightened, you get really intense messages, feelings, etc. about everything. Dude, there are times, and I'm gonna tell you guys this, and some of you are gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. There are so many times that when I've really been working with my intuition and boosting it and so on, I start to wonder if I'm not on the spectrum, because I'm like, nope, I can't use that fork. I have to use that fork. I can't tell you why. Has nothing really to do with the way the fork feels. Just, I can't touch that fork. I have to use this fork. Or I can't use either one of those forks. I got to use a plastic fork, which I usually don't use. Or I may really, really want this type of food, but I can't. I have to eat this. It's the weirdest thing. So when your intuition gets to a heightened level like that, you start really working with everything. And then you start to feel like you're crazy. Super, super crazy. Super, super crazy. So I'm just saying. Sorry, I had to delete a Dr. Love and stuff there. One of the things I'm going to say is this. When it comes to your present energy, being that it's your intuition that is heightened, I think that that is phenomenal, especially for this good fortune. Because how are you going to know what's good fortune if your intuition doesn't work? So I would be doing everything you can to also strengthen that intuition and then kind of protect yourself as well. Okay? Because when intuition is heightened, sometimes you know things that you don't want to know. My advice is going to be this. This is for all of you. This is advice for Kat, but this is for all of you. If you're really wanting to work on your clairvoyance or your claircognizance. So clairvoyance usually happens in dreams. Claircognizance is just clear knowing. Okay. If you get a download or a vision or anything like that, create yourself a separate, just secret squirrel email. Okay. So voice email it to yourself, voice text it to yourself or whatever. But when you do that, you have a time and a date stamp on it. So now when that thing happens, you can go back through your email and be like, oh, I knew Bob was going to buy a green chicken, right? It boosts your confidence in yourself and it proves to yourself that you're not crazy. It also boosts your your clairvoyant, your claircognizant abilities. Okay? I'm just saying. Every spiritual person should have a super secret squirrel email address where you can email that stuff to yourself. All right. Foundation you're laying. Destiny. You cannot make this up. You cannot make this shit up. What foundation is Kat laying her destiny? I mean, come on now. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Girl, I don't know what you've been manifesting. I don't know what you put out into the universe. I don't know what you put out into the universe. But ma'am, the universe listened, in other words. You wanted to be on the path that you needed to be on. The universe listened. The universe listened. I want to see your soul's blueprint. Navigation. Okay. I'm going to turn the other two cards over because I want to see what this destiny is so I know how to read this for you. The manifestation opening to you right now, eternal charisma. You've been working on being a spiritual guru? Being a spiritual mentor? Or just being a guru or a mentor in general? That makes you so happy. Good. It should, woman. It should. Whatever powerhouse aspect of cat you've been working on, the universe listens. The universe is listening, has listened, is still listening, and is doing all of the things that are making you, and I say making you on purpose, making you into that. I'm just saying. Miss Ma'am. Miss Ma'am. I think this is fucking glorious, and I think that you need to celebrate this weekend. I do. I think that you need to, even if it's just a little teeny tiny celebration, you need to celebrate this weekend. You need to do something basically to tell the universe thank you, because it's been listening to everything that you've been saying, Kat. You wanted to be a guru, my friend. Here you go. Here you go. You are now the guru, Kat. You're becoming who you're supposed to be. I like these reads. I'm not going to lie. I'm not, like, sometimes I'm like, damn, that was a hard read. Good. I'm so glad, Kat. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. It makes me so happy. And it's good to see you. I don't feel like I get to see you as much. Go in there. Why are you not going in there? Traci Riviera is next. It has been a busy summer. I have no idea where this summer has went. It's evaporated. I'm kind of not sorry about it. I'm so ready for it to be fall. It's so hot here. We have a cold front next week, and I'm so stoked. I'm so stoked. I can't stand myself. Oh, hang on. I'm going to brag on my Bodhi just a minute. He got a medal today. I'm so proud of that kid. I'm so proud of that kid. I just want to brag on him. He's been at his duty station since January. Got his second award today. But today he actually got a medal, a full medal. And I, as a mom, I can't be more proud. All right, Traci. So you have, oh, this one's karmic cycles. Present energy. Foundation you're laying. Soul's blueprint. You have 3 cards wanting to come out for the manifestations. I'm going to choose this one. It just keeps trying to pull more. So what I'm going to say is this. All of the manifestations that you've been doing probably for the last year are going to all start happening at once. And it is going to get overwhelming. Just remember that when you get what it is you've asked for, you turn them off. Okay? That you turn them off. All right, Tracy. Karmic cycles. Courage. Okay. I feel like I'm going to turn yours all over. Why you got to be complicated? I feel like yours is more complicated. Why you got to be complicated? Ma'am. Present energy. Happiness. Never mind. That tells me what I needed to know. Mentally and emotionally, you have absolutely been through the ringer. I understand the courage now. Happiness is your present energy. Because karmically, you've been going through this. So the karmic cycle is courage. And I want you to notice this, the lion on there. I love that lion depiction too. When we see a lion, we just think of bravery, right? The lion heart. You think of that. What this tells me is that you're coming out of a cycle where you have been the prey for too long. You have felt like the prey, not the victim, but the prey. Where you have felt like every time you tried to be strong, every time you tried to be bigger, every time you tried to be more, something happened. The happiness as your present energy tells me that you've also been going through a shit ton of shadow work in a very short amount of time. I would say the last probably 7 or 8 months, it has been just like bam, 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 bam. To know that you've been going through that kind of stuff, to know that you're now coming into a present energy of happiness. I love that you're coming into the happiness. I hate the reason why you're just now coming into this happiness. We all have to go through it. And I just want to say, I only want to touch on it for a minute because you have worked hard to get past it and I want to leave it back there. We all have to go through periods like that. Please don't forget to celebrate. I'm serious. Please don't forget to celebrate. Because when you make it through a very intense shadow work aspect like that, you feel lighter at the end. You feel amazing at the end. You finally have happiness, right? And the courage to be the lion heart, to help other people. But don't forget to celebrate for you. And if that looks like a long hot bubble bath with the bathroom door locked and your phone off, oh my God, yes. If that looks like you just sitting out on the back porch at night and telling everybody to fuck off and leave you alone, yes. If that looks like you taking yourself out to dinner, yes. Do you see what I'm saying? Don't forget to celebrate and really celebrate you, because you are the one that did all of that intense shadow work. You are the one that laid awake at night, that couldn't sleep, that beat yourself up all the time, that really went over every little thing, overthinking everything. You are the one that processed all of that trauma in a very short amount of time. So please, please don't forget to celebrate. Okay? Foundations that you're laying. Overcoming fear. Girl, you've been doing all of the work. All of the work. Tracy. All of the work. Holy cow. Okay. I am so proud of you. I am so proud of you. Like, I'm sitting here looking at these cards, and the more I look at them, like the more proud I get. Has anybody told you that lately? I don't feel like anybody's told you that. Because when I look at this overcome fear card, especially after just talking about the happiness and going through all the shadow work and the courage and so on, I don't think that anybody has seen the hell and the shit storm that you've walked through. Even though it's mostly been internal and processing trauma, that trauma still happened. And so the overcoming fear aspect, you're literally laying down new foundations for yourself of, okay, like I tell people all the time, especially friends or whatever, when they're dating and so on, and they're like, oh, every man is this and every woman. You can't say that. You never, ever in your life will know every woman that ever existed or every man that ever existed. You know what I mean? You cannot base your view of, one whole group of people because one person was a jerk. Every group of people has at least 10 people that are jerks, but you can't base that whole gender because you got a hold of one bad relationship. Doesn't mean all men or all women are horrible. So you're coming to those realizations and overcoming those fears. And I'm so proud of you for that. I'm beyond proud of you for that. Look at your soul's blueprint to learn the truth. To learn the truth. Without knowing your birthday, without knowing your chart, without pulling anything, I would be willing to bet that you are either a void walker or a shadow walker. You operate the best when you have a lot of shadows to kind of cloak yourself in and under and walk through. Every single time in your life that you have gone through something so terrible, hard, horrendous, everything, every single time that you have gone through something like this, you have come out, intensely stronger. It's not just that you went through this cocoon phase and came out a butterfly. You started as this little bitty, cute, tiny little caterpillar, went into this cocoon phase and came out a lion, came out an elephant. You came out this big, huge, amazing thing, not just a butterfly. Not that I'm diminishing butterflies. Don't any of you say that. But your soul's blueprint of learning the truth is you learning the truth about you, and here's why I say that. Because you can't really learn the truth about the universe until you learn the truth about you. Until you have a solid grasp on self-mastery, you could travel the world. You could go to every country. You could have some amazing gift and ability that you spend 10 years in every single city. But if you don't have self-mastery and you're not learning about you and you're not going through this intense bullshit right here that you've been going through forever, Traci, without self-mastery, you can have all the knowledge in the world. It doesn't matter. Your soul's blueprint has always been self-mastery. Without shadow work, there is no self-mastery. And again, let me say that I'm very proud of you. I am very, very proud of you. The manifestation opening up to you now. And this is where I say you can't make this shit up. Are you ready? That is a good fortune card, girl. The manifestation opening up to you right now is fucking good fortune. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm just going to leave it at that because you know what you've been manifesting as far as good fortune goes, and you know what good fortune means to you. Once again, Miss Ma'am, I'm so damn proud of you. It's not even funny. I'm so damn proud of you. It's not even funny. Apparently, the universe is proud of you too. Just saying what I'm saying. You are welcome so much, sweetheart. Go celebrate. Go buy yourself a cupcake or take yourself to dinner or buy yourself some new shoes. Go celebrate. Okay? Well, you did the work, girl. You did the work, and I'm so sorry that you don't have anybody that that is as proud of you as they should be. Go do the things. Go do all the things. The black moon is tonight. Yes. It is very early in the morning on Saturday. All right. How did it get to be 10:30? Kirstie Wood is next. So I have Kirstie, Melissa, Nohemi, and Amanda. Those are my last ones. All right. So Kirstie, is your karmic cycle. Nope, this one. Present energy. No. This is not present energy. This is the foundation you're laying. Present energy is here. Foundation. Soul's blueprint. Manifestation. Okay. I'm so proud of all of you guys that are like, I got all my stuff out. I'm so proud of all you guys that are like, I got all my stuff out. What if your herbs are floating in the oil? They should float in the oil. They should float in the oil. It's fine. That's exactly what they should do. All right, Kirstie. Kirstie, excuse me. How am I misreading that? That's literally my kid's name. How am I literally misreading that? All right. Ready? Kirstie. Oh, your karmic cycle is defense. Ma'am. I'm going to look at your present energy because I want to see why you're in the defensive mode. Present energy. Good luck. Got it. I love, first of all, that your present energy is good luck. I just want you to know. I want to acknowledge that your present energy is good luck, and that's fucking epic, and I think it's great. That's why you have the defense card. Because again, we all know that bitches be bitches, right? We all know that when we're doing good, there's always somebody that wants to see us fail. So, Kirstie, you're currently in a karmic cycle of defense, which tells me that your energy, this good luck energy, is not going to stop anytime soon. That tells me that all the things you're manifesting, all the hard work you've put in, is going to be bigger and bigger and better and better and better. And all of the people that don't like you are going to be working harder and harder and harder and harder. You can never have too many protections. The other thing I'm going to say is this. As far as defense goes, broken glass is fantastic in defense workings. I'm just saying. Broken glass is fantastic in defense workings. I'm just saying. So are eggshells. So are eggshells. If you have eggs and you do an egg cleanse and you keep that eggshell and you crush that bitch up and you put it in a defense working. I'm just saying. Just saying. There's a lot of amazing things that are used for defense workings. I should do a video. You're coming into a phase of really, really good luck. All the people that hate you are going to come out of the woodwork. So keep your defenses up. Continually put up protections, defenses, etc. Okay? I will. The foundation you're laying is navigation. Girl, that is a let's move up, 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 up. I absolutely love that. The navigation card, being in the foundation that you're laying, tells me that whatever it is you are manifesting is not small. It tells me that whatever it is that you have been striving toward to make Kirstie be, and I said it that way on purpose, to make yourself become all of the things that you have been manifesting for you. It's going to take some navigation to get there. And you know that. And you've been laying all the groundwork for that navigation. And now the universe is telling you, all right, you put in the work. You've been doing all the planning. You've been doing all the things. You've been learning all the things. And now let's go. Let's go. This black moon is going to be really intense for you. And I think that starting next week, you're going to find out that all of the things you've been manifesting are going to start to take off. It's like, get your big kid pants on and hold on to your butt. I'm just saying. Get your big kid pants on and hold on to your butt. Just, girl. Your soul's blueprint. Grounding. I love that because I was just talking about you rocketing forward. We hear all these celebrities talk all the time about, oh, well, I'm just keeping it real. I am who I am and so on. And then we watch them over the next year or whatever completely change from who they were, right? Because they don't stay grounded. They might preach it, but they don't stay grounded. Success changes everybody. And it's up to you how much it changes you. And success looks something different to everybody, but how you let it change you is key. Social media is a fantastic example. And I want you to think about creators that you follow, that you followed for a long time, and you've watched them change. Either, they used to be your favorite creator and they put all of this content on that you just loved and you couldn't wait for it. And then they started taking endorsement deals and now all they do is endorse products. How do you feel about them? Do you watch their content more or do you just scroll past? I scroll past. If I see you selling something, I have two people that I watch that sell stuff, and one is just Peachy Boutique because I love her clothes, and the other is Dave's Sweet Tooth Toffee. And I'm not paid to say either one of those things. I don't take promotional product. I don't do anything. But those are the two people that I watch. If they're online, I'm like, ooh, what's he got today? I'm like, ooh. And then my wallet goes, no. But if I see a creator that every single thing they post is a product, I just scroll. How many creators have you guys watched over the last few years, Kirstie, you especially, that are still the same creator? They're still putting out the same content. The same thing that you fell in love with them for, they're still doing that. Have their looks changed? Probably. Have they moved? Probably. But are they still doing the same thing? Do you see what I mean? Success changes everybody. It does. Whether it's video success, money success, love success, whatever. Success changes everybody. But it's how you let that change affect you that is key. So you having this good luck coming up and this navigation and you becoming this amazing aspect, this amazing goddess of Kirstie that you are, grounding is going to be key. Making sure you stay grounded is going to be key. Okay? The manifestation opening to you right now. It's a fucking destiny card. This is where I say again that you can't make this shit up. This is the fucking destiny card. So for what your present energy is to be good luck, and the manifestations opening up is destiny, ma'am. Get it. Get all of it. Get all of it. Whatever it is that you were manifesting, whatever you hardcore were manifesting on 8/8 and so on. I think 8/8 was a big one for you. The universe has answered, and dude, I think that you better hold on to your butt. I'm going to say it again. You better hold on to your butt. Congratulations. Congratulations. I am so beyond happy. You know what else that tells me? It tells me that you guys have been paying attention to your favorite creators when they're telling you, like, this is manifestation. This is how you do this. This is how you protect yourself. Y'all have been really paying attention to those things. And I am so proud of you for that. I'm so proud of you for that. I love it. All right, Melissa M is next. You ready, Melissa? I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Like, you know, I'm not going to lie. I was a little nervous about some of these reads. I really was. I was a little nervous about some of these reads. I was like, somebody going to have some really bad karmic shit. Something is going to happen. Like, some of these are going to be really heavy. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. All right. Karmic cycles, present energy, foundations you're laying, soul's blueprint, manifestations. All right. Let's see what we got for Melissa. Ready? Karmic cycles, creativity. So funny, when I said creativity, I see like crazy bright colors. I'm gonna look at your present energy. Overcoming fear. Melissa, I don't know if you're here still, but or why I see these crazy bright colors, but these are like intense bright colors. Bright metallic blue. There's Melissa. Bright metallic blue, bright yellows, bright pinks, like these crazy intense energies. And then having overcome fear after it. I don't know if and this is going to sound really simple with the weight of these, but just hear me out for a minute. I don't know if you've been considering taking on some new form of actual creative outlet. Painting, drawing, fluid artwork, whatever it is. I don't know what it is that you have decided to start taking on, but do it. Do it. You like to paint. Of course you do. Do it. Whatever this new thing is, do it. Because I think that in taking on this new aspect, and I want to talk about this overcoming fear. I don't think that you're afraid to do it. I think that it's just something has been telling you, well, it may not be the right time, or I don't want to do it just yet, or whatever. Do it. Because with you having a new form of creative outlet, it does it does three big things. The first one is it lets your brain hyper focus on something new. The second one is that it makes it to where your creative skills that you've learned up to this point have to become more. They have to become heightened. And 3, it allows you to channel energy and this amazement. Because, when you try something new and it's something you're like, I don't know if this is going to work out or not, especially in the creative world, there's the risk of failure. There's the risk of wasting ingredients or canvas or paint or whatever. But there's also that excitement of knowing that this might become some crazy ass piece that you keep forever. Or you sell for a lot of money because, there's that. But in the mix of all that, the other thing that happens is this. You yawn. You end up with this absolutely gorgeous, glorious blank slate canvas in your brain for you to have more creative ideas on you moving upwards with you. People that like to paint, people that have a creative outlet, people that have that creative flair, that creative bone, they need to be able to utilize that talent and that energy. Even if you're just doodling to doodle, you have to be able to do that. Otherwise, it's like spiritual backup, but this is like creative backup. It comes out in really weird ways. When you are letting that out and not to a draining level, it allows you to align really with where Melissa wants to go. It allows you to align with what you really want, and it allows you to know what you don't want. People forget that knowing what you don't want is almost more important than knowing what you do. If you're not sure where it is you want to go, and that's kind of the feeling I get, Melissa, like you have an idea, but you haven't pinpointed it yet, right? So you have this big idea of this, I kind of want to go somewhere in here, right? But you don't know exactly like where yet. Having that creative outlet will remind you what it is that you don't want. Well, I don't want this, and I don't want this, and I don't want this, and I don't want this. And to be honest, when you start making a list of the things you don't want, this big thing like this starts to do this. It's like you're putting a filter on what you want. Does that make sense? So like if you were to go on like Zillow and say you're going to buy a house. If I were to go on Zillow right now, and let's just say Dallas, because Dallas is freaking huge, right? If I were to say Dallas, I want to buy a house in Dallas, I am probably going to come up with thousands of listings. But when I say I need a 3-bedroom house or 3-bedroom or more, that's going to knock off a ton, right? When I say that I need to have at least 2 bathrooms, that's going to knock off even more, right? So when you start telling yourself or putting not telling yourself, but when you start putting down what you don't want, that's a filter. And all the things start to get smaller and smaller and smaller until suddenly you have the pinpoint of where it is you want to go. So having this creative outlet, I think, is going to help you realize, you know what? I actually don't want to do that anymore. I really hated doing that. I don't want to do that. It's going to start helping you go through that. I can't wait to see the foundation you're laying. Blessed day. So in other words, oh no, you have to go create. Oh no, you have to go paint. So your brain will let you go through and get rid of I really think that you're putting too much pressure on yourself, Melissa, to make a plan. Know where it is you're going. Like, this is what I'm manifesting. You might be manifesting being successful, but you don't really know how many of the things that you do you want to be successful at. Everybody would like to be successful at everything, but we all don't have the energy or the time. So the Blessed Day card is the foundation you're laying now. So you utilizing this creative aspect to help you overcome that fear of forcing yourself onto one path when you have a creative brain that can't fathom just one path to get somewhere. Knowing that if you list the things you don't want, it filters it down. So now you only have like 10 different things you want to look at instead of 10,000. I think that's going to take a massive load off of your shoulders and help you feel so much better about where it is that you're going. Soul's Blueprint. I can't wait to see this. Finding love. Are you in a relationship now or not? Inquiring Bodhies want to know. My sugar is going down. Oh no, I have to eat some boba. Married and happy. Good. Okay. That's why I needed to ask. The manifestation that's opening up is divine guidance. First of all, I think you have a deity that's been sitting around for a bit. And I said it the way on purpose because I don't think... Do you want to know who it is? You want me to just tell you? Apollo. It's Apollo. I'm going to say that they've just been sitting around, lounging around, taking a little break and just sitting there, chilling out. One thing I love about Apollo, he is subtle and not subtle at the same time. Tell me you're lounging around, but in, you know, a golden headpiece and, you know, come on, man. That's like the people that stroll in the amazing garments and you're like, oh my God, you look great. And they're like, this whole thing. Yeah, that's Apollo right there. That's Apollo. That's who it is. Okay. I will say Apollo is very fun to work with. I don't think he's been hardcore poking at you. I think that he's been... You ever seen the movies where there's like a fairy or something like that, that the human is over there like working away and they turn around and the fairy goes boop and something magically changes and they come back and they're like, okay. And they just keep working and everything's suddenly better. That's what he's been doing. Like he's just lounging around eating apples and stuff. And I don't know why specifically I was told to say apples, but he's been just lounging around doing that. And then you're working hard on something or you're painting or you're creating something or whatever. You turn around for a minute, you turn back around, you're like, oh, that. I think that he's been enjoying tremendously hanging out with you. Just to give you these great ideas, to like nudge you just the right way or whatever. I also feel like you're one of those people that you're very open to a lot of different creative outlets, ideas, things like that. You're one of those people that when you say you're willing to try anything once, you legitimately are. Like you know the things that you've tried and you don't really want to do those things again. But when you say, I'll try it, you really will. Hell yes. You really will, because you're there as much for the experience as you are for the idea that you might find your next favorite thing. You're there for the experience. I think that he has been absolutely enjoying hanging out with you. One of the things that I keep seeing, and I need to, I guess, describe this to you because I don't understand it, and maybe you will. I don't know if you either have like a maroon or darker brown couch, but I keep seeing him laying on the couch, like, well, sitting up with his feet out on the couch, like this kind of like throwing ideas like that. I don't know if I don't know if it's maroon or if it's brown, but he's been just like tossing things out your way. It's so funny. One thing I'm going to say is this. A red chair. Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about then. You knew exactly what I was talking about. Okay. One thing that I am going to say is this. I don't know if you have areas of your house where sunbeams come in, whether it's like little windows or whatever, where you have sunbeams that comes in. There's something special about those, either the pattern they make on the floor or you standing in them and making a pattern. I don't know what it is, but I keep seeing sunbeams going through these windows, like, and the angle is like this, like it's not straight up and down. It's like this. It's a pretty intense angle, but I don't know what that is, but there is some idea with those sunbeams on the floor, the pattern that they make on the floor. So I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. The other thing I love about this is I think you're going to have so much damn fun with this. I think you're going to have so much damn fun with this. It's like Apollo's a very interesting god to work with. Crystals shine on your floor. So you know what I'm talking about then. Okay. There is something specific with that, of the patterns that they make, that will be an amazing art creation for you. I love this. Let's talk about the finding love, because we didn't get to talk about that. And then, this. The reason I ask if you were in a relationship or whatever is because this could mean two different things. So I just needed to know, right? Melissa, I really think that all of these things together are going to catapult you up into an aspect of creation that you've never tried before, whether it's sculpture or paper mache, I don't know, but whatever it is, it's going to be something creative that you've never. Do you have a studio? What am I seeing? Do you have an art studio, like in your house? You're making one now. Okay. Okay. Miss Melissa, Miss Ma'am, I think that you're fixing to begin creating some amazing art pieces. And I think if that is what you're wanting to manifest, and you're trying to overcome that fear of people not liking your artwork, I don't think that you have to worry about that at all. I don't think that you have to worry about that in any way, shape, or form. I think that you are absolutely golden. And you have Apollo on your side to help you out with that. And we're all going to need to see pictures. We're all I'm invested, and now we're all going to need to see pictures. You're welcome so much. So we're all going to expect an update in like 3 months, 4 months. Okay. Deal? Deal? We're all going to expect an update. All right. Get you a little head statue thing of Apollo. Apparently some apples, golden apples. He likes his gold. I'm just saying. Golden ivy. He likes all of that stuff. All right, Nohemi, are you ready? You have ivy everywhere. I love it. All right. Karmic cycles. Present energy. Nope. Present energy. Foundation. Soul's blueprint. Manifestation. Okay. Yes, you put your water out tonight. All your stuff out tonight. And I saw somebody ask about, was it okay to put cloves in something? Absolutely. Absolutely. Just because that was the recipe I gave, make it your own. Make it your own. Add whatever you want to it. It's your baby. It's your creation. So of course it's okay. Of course it's okay. Oh, let me charge my phone because I just got the red dot. I just got the red warning. There we go. All right. Here we go. Karmic cycles. Protection. Okay. I'm going to look at your present energy too. Resilience. Protection as a karmic cycle, and resilience as your present energy. That tells me that you've been through some shit and you're still going through some shit. It also tells me that in going through this shit and in doing all of this stuff, if you take a look at all of the hardships that you've had over the last, I'm going to say right at 12 months, right at the last year, if you look at all of those things, I think that you're going to find that all of those things were protecting you as much as you felt they were hurting you. And I said it like that on purpose. Sometimes we have a lot of things happen that we feel like in the moment are the worst things possible. And we don't see until way later on that they actually were protecting us from ourselves, from the universe, or whatever. Maybe you had your mindset on going to school and going to do this and this and do this job or whatever. And then something happened every time you got in school. You got in maybe a car accident and you had to drop out that semester and go back the following semester. Then you got really sick. Maybe you got COVID and the flu and you were out for 3 weeks and you had to go back next semester. Like something just kept on making it where you couldn't go to school. And then you end up like, you know what? Fine, I can't do this. I got to have a job. I got to do this. And you end up going to work for some company that pays for your schooling, or that, do you see what I mean? So you thought it was the worst thing in the world that you couldn't go to school and you couldn't do this, then this. But actually it was protecting you because you were supposed to be over here learning this while you made money and going to school for free. So a lot of times we have really horrible, intense shit going on and we don't realize that we're actually being protected. I'm curious why, though. The foundation you're laying, cutting ties. There we go. I was like, there's going to be an aha moment here in just a minute. Cutting ties. So what this tells me is that you have a lot of people in your life, whether it's family, friends, whatever, people that have been in your life for a long time, that you're having to learn to cut ties with. It tells me that you're severely empathic. It tells me that your empathy, even though it's an amazing, amazing thing, it hurts. It hurts. You've been trying to get a handle on all of the empathic abilities and skills, and they just keep getting more and more intense. And so you get to the point where you don't want to do anything, go anywhere. You sure as shit ain't going to like an event that could be sad, like things like that. You are really, really paying attention to who's in your life now, because I think that with this protection and this resilience, you're seeing that there are people that are being removed on purpose, like the universe is removing them. You're not. The universe is removing them from your life. And then afterwards, you're like, oh my God, that fucker took advantage of me all this time. So now you're really, really seeing this, who you have to cut ties with. The fact that this is karmic cycles, this is your present energy, and this is the foundation. This is stuff that has to happen to move you forward. A lot of times, especially when we get into a spiritual awakening, and I kind of said it like that on purpose, when we start to really pay attention to our spiritual self and moving forward and growing and so on, there are so many things and people that we cling to because they've been there for so long that aren't supposed to be in our path. The universe shows you over and over and over that they don't need to be in your path. And sometimes this is family members. Sometimes this is childhood best friends. And we get to see over and over and over that they're not a good person and they're not somebody that we need to have around us and so on. Learning to cut ties and having this foundation of cutting ties with people and energy and habits and so on, I'm not going to lie, it sucks. It does. It sucks. It sucks. But I want you to remember that this is part of you growing into the adult plant version of you. Does that make sense? Look at your soul's blueprint. I love that this card has come up in this position several times tonight. I love this. This is the financial security card. And this is the card that I had to push down several times because I was like, nope, it's in the wrong position. Nope, it's in the wrong position. Nope, it's in the wrong position. I love that this is the financial security card. In the soul's blueprint part. So if you wondered why the universe was making you cut ties with certain people, it's because your soul's blueprint is financial security. Does it mean that everybody's taking advantage of you or stealing your money? No, but I want you guys to think about something. Just somebody wasting your money or spending your money doesn't always mean that that's the only way someone can take advantage of you. Them making you late for work all the time, not letting you sleep, so you're exhausted at work, them making it to where they are the most important person in your life, so you can't focus on you or work or do these extra projects or whatever, so therefore you don't get that raise. That's fucking with your money too. It's not just that, you know, they're taking money or having you spend money on them. All of those things are fucking with your money. So to have this right here, the financial security in your soul's blueprint, after having cut ties, that's in the foundation that you're laying. I kind of can't wait to see the manifestation that's opening up to you now, but I'm going to say this thing first. The universe is giving you a choice right now. Do you really want the manifestations and the financial security that you've been asking for, that you've been manifesting, or are you willing to stay in the same place for the same people that have been there all along? A lot of times people will do everything they can to make sure that they've been in your life long enough that you depend on them. Because if they're a fixture, if they've always been there, you're less likely to get rid of them, yeah? The manifestation opening to you. Grounding. I know you're like, wait, that's not a manifestation. Financial security is a manifestation, right? Have you been asking to be on the right path? Have you been manifesting road opener? Have you been manifesting things happening? Nohemi? If you've been manifesting being on the right path, if you've been manifesting being shown which way to go, then you've been manifesting grounding. This cut ties in the middle, in the foundation that you're laying, tells me that you have some very hard decisions coming up within the next few months. The holidays are swiftly upon us. It tells me you have some very hard decisions coming up in the next few months. And how you make those decisions And what you do with them is really going to be key as far as, do you get that financial security and do you get that path that you've been manifesting? And I want to say this, and this is for Nohemi, but I want all of you to really think about this. If you worked for 5 years of your life to train for something, if you spent all this time and energy and money to get something that you really, really wanted, you put in the work, you did the thing, you were dedicated, you showed up every single day and you got the thing you wanted. And every one of you can think of something like that, whether it's a job, whether it's a degree, training, whatever it is. Are you willing to let someone else take that away from you? Are you willing to give it up for someone else? I want you to think about that. Because that's what people ask of you on a daily basis. Are you willing to give up the things that you've worked really hard for them? Because if you're willing to give up all of the things that you've worked hard for, or if you're willing to give up yourself for someone else, how do you expect them to respect you? How do you expect them to take care of you? How do you expect them to treat you the way you're treating them? Are they going to give up all of that stuff for you? Just saying. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm so sorry. I'm just saying, though, a lot of times I find that it's not so much the spiritual people that do it to each other. It's other people that try to do it to the spiritual people. And I'm not saying that spiritual people don't. Okay, so please don't think that. But too many people expect you to give up who you are, everything you've worked for them, to be with them. No one is worth that. I want you to listen to me again. No one is worth that. No one is worth you giving up yourself as a person just to be in their presence. I love you. I love you. All right. Miss Amanda is my last one of the evening. If you had a read tonight and you missed it, I will get these downloaded and then uploaded for you tomorrow. All right, Miss Amanda. Karmic cycle. Present energy. Foundation you're laying. Soul's blueprint. And manifestation. All right. Here we go. Last but not least is the amazing Amanda. Karmic cycle. Resilience. Oh, girl, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When I see that your karmic cycle is resilience, it tells me that the universe is like, what else can I do to Amanda today? I'm sorry, girl. Sometimes the universe is a dick. I'm sorry. I'm going to look at your present energy real quick. Courage. That did not help me, and it just reiterated what I said. You are kind of forcing yourself in a rebirth. You were born with 11 squares in your chart. Holy shit. That tells me that you're hard-headed as fuck, dude. Tells me you're hard-headed as fuck. Which is good and bad. And I was just about to say about the courage here. You're forcing a rebirth. You're forcing a rebirth. It wasn't even so much that you just, the universe was like, nope, you're going to be something different. You were like, I am so sick of having to be resilient that now I'm on purpose going to make myself go through a rebirth. I'm going to look at what's the foundation you're laying. Protection. So you've been knocked down more than you felt like you've been standing on your own. Soul's blueprint. Balanced emotions. The fact that you said you're a Cancer, I'm giggling at this, sorry. We're going to look at all your cards. The manifestation opening to you right now. Banish a curse. Okay. The fact that you just said that you had all of those squares in your chart, in your astrological chart. So let me say this. Because of this, I don't think that this is a generational curse, and I don't think that this is an ancestral curse. What I think this is you clearing out karmic shit in your chart. I would highly advise you to look at where your Saturn lies and what your Saturn is in line with. Whether it is square with your Jupiter or whatever. I would look at your Saturn placement, what house it's in. I would look at what it's tied to, because I think that this banish a curse is karmic stuff you're overcoming, because your karmic cycle down here is resilience. It's resilience. So that tells me that you feel like there have been just so many karmic ties in your path, in your life, in your path, etc. I would bet that you've probably had more than one twin flame. And let me kind of explain the twin flame thing to you guys, because people have twisted it over the years. A soulmate is someone that's with you forever. Friend, you know, romantic relationship, whatever. A twin flame is not someone that's meant to be with you forever. A twin flame is someone that is meant to slam into you and then set you on the path you're supposed to be on and then go their separate way. So what happens is you're on your path and you're like, yeah, I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go this way. And the universe sends you this twin flame to knock you back up onto this path. And the two of you might go along for 2 months, 8 months, a year or whatever. And then this one goes off. You're on your path again, but the twin flame went off like this, like nothing ever happened. The twin flame is meant to set you on your path. They're not meant to be with you forever. It's usually an amazingly terrible thing. I'm just going to say, it's usually an amazingly terrible thing. A soulmate is someone that slams into you and you guys are together forever. Okay? I would be willing to bet that you have had a tremendous amount of twin flames, friends, and, you know, romantic relationships come into your path to put you, and it's almost like the universe has just been like batting you around like a cat with a mouse, like back and forth like this. You feel like you're this way and then back over here and back. You just feel like it's been like this all the time. I think that you looking at where Saturn is in your chart is going to help you understand what karmic cycles and aspects and bullshit you're having to undo. I will say also that with this Banish a Curse card after the balanced emotions, I know I was teasing you about, you know, the Cancer placements and so on, and you know, and laughing about the balanced emotions. I will say this. Cancers are very, very squishy, especially like up front. You want everybody to like you, like you do. You're the cardinal water sign, the cardinal sign of summer. You're the happy-go-lucky, like you want everybody to like you. Cancers are naturally charismatic. But But, and I think this is where you're at right now. You have hit the point where you're like, fuck this. Fuck this. I am sick of being taken advantage of. I'm sick of being pushed back and forth. I'm sick of always somebody knowing what's the better path for me or whatever. You're sick of it. So when a Cancer hits that sick of it phase, that hard crabby shell comes out really quickly. And this is why when Cancers get that hard shell and then somebody new comes along and they tell them that they're a Cancer, they're like, what? You don't act like a Cancer, you know? Yes, they're acting exactly like a Cancer, but they're in that like hardcore, I'm doing the thing, I'm resolved type of thing. And I think that that's what this balanced emotions is talking about, is that your soul's blueprint is not to be the squishy Cancer. Your soul's blueprint is to be this hard-headed, hard-nosed Cancer. That's not always a bad thing. It's not always a bad thing. But people are going to play on your emotions to try to get you to be squishy. To try to get you to be squishy. The banish a curse. I want to talk about that again. I see your message that you had to cut off. I hate that. I hate that. Because it's hard to not speak to a child again. Like that's hard. I want to talk about this banish a curse, because one of the things that this tells me is that your soul has a lot of things that it is on purpose dealing with. I would bet that you are that person that, say somebody sets a plate of food down in front of you and there's 5 things on the plate and 2 of them you don't like. You're going to eat those 2 first. Am I right? You're going to get the hard shit out of the way. As much hard shit as possible, you're going to get it out of the way first and then go to the fun stuff. Because you want to end on the high note. You want to end on the fun stuff, right? I think that's what your soul's doing. I think that's what your soul's doing. It doesn't make it better. It doesn't make it any easier, but I'm pretty sure that's what your soul is doing right now. Here's the other thing I'm going to advise, because I would like to be able to give you the answer of how long this is going to last and when this is going to be over. And you can calculate this. Well, I don't know. I don't think Cafe Astrology does it. But I don't know if there's any software out there. You just need to be able to find a way to have you look at your birth chart when you were born. Look at where Saturn is in your chart. Okay? And have it pushed forward to now to see where Saturn is. That's going to give you an idea of what you're dealing with right now. And you want to look and see when, let's say that when you were born, Saturn was in your 12th house, okay? You want to fast forward it and move Saturn all the way around to your 12th house again and see how old or what year, what month, etc. you'll be when it moves back around. Because that's when all that's going to be finished, be cleared out. Does that make sense? So it's basically just forwarding your chart until your Saturn placement gets back to where it was when you were born. That's the cheat. That's how you know when it's done. That's how you know when it's done. It'll also show you, and just pay attention to what your Cancer Saturn is aligned with as it goes forward. Is it aligned with I don't know. Is it aligned with your Venus for 5 years? That's going to be a lot of love and family karmic stuff being cleared out. Is it aligned with your Jupiter for 6 months? Then that's a lot of energetic and motivational stuff being cleared out. I think that a lot of times with you specifically, this is a lot of like cleanup work karmically, if that makes sense. I know it's not quite what you wanted to hear, but at the same time, I think it's also what you needed to hear. So you know how to get the rest of this cleared out so you can just go and move forward. I think that your soul, you decided that this time around, you were like, you know what? Let's knock all of this little bitty crappity crap out. So that way I can have the big things. I can get other things done. So you're knocking out like all of the little tiny peas left on the plate at this point. if that makes sense. The good thing is I really don't think that this is a generational or a ancestral curse. I really don't. And I think that you being able to move your birth chart, forward is going to give you cheats. Oh, okay. In December, I'm going to have my Saturn suddenly is aligned with my Mars. And I know that, energetically it's in the 9th house, and that's the best time for me to start learning. And yeah, it's going to give you a good cheat sheet. It's going to give you a great cheat sheet to be able to do that. You finally set a firm boundary with your son. Good. With the counselor present. I love that. Congratulations. I know that was hard. I know that was hard. And I'm glad that I could give you the cheat sheet to move forward, to look at everything and move forward. That makes me happy. I'm sure it makes you happy too, having a cheat to look at. So I love that. And I'm sorry that you've had to have a lot of resilience and courage lately. You are welcome so much, sweetheart. And thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting for so long. Let's see. It's 11:20 now, and I've been reading since 7 o'clock. Thank you for waiting so long. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys hanging out for so long. So, all right, guys. I'm going to get off of here because I have some things to do for the black moon before it hits. And y'all go enjoy the rest of your evening. I love that. I'm not going to have to remind you to put your water out because you already did. Because you're badass like that. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. See you tomorrow.